It all starts after the so-called Day of Reversal, which left a trail of chaos and destruction. From that point on, the world entered a 100-year war against the demon race. This was a war that plunged all the kingdoms into complete darkness for a very long time. The result was catastrophic, with 290,000 dead from the Federation and 4.8 million civilians. Now the demon army has advanced and is at humanity's last line of defense. On top of that, they threaten the pass of Jokun Mountain, a sacred site. With that, the situation became desperate, and defeat was almost certain. However, even with all this chaos, life for the soldiers went on. Despite everything, their lives didn't change, with each one holding their post. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the darkness, asking about something called a transcendent. Approaching, our hero calls the guard sentry gate over for a chat. Then our main character grabs the guard's sword in a pretty intimidating way. The guard is frozen, completely caught off guard by the young man's actions. Turning his back, our hero asks if transcendents are exempt from duty. The guard, still a bit nervous, replies, "No, sir, they are not exempt." Our hero then warns him that there are a lot of people waiting to take him out for being careless. Therefore, he orders that starting tomorrow, no one drinks water, takes off their armor, sits or sleeps. Right after, he gives more orders to another soldier about the movement of the elite troops. The next day, the camp's flag flutters in the wind, heralding a new day. Inside a tent, our main character wakes up suddenly, looking terrified of something. A soldier enters the tent and wakes up our hero, who we now know is named Gate. He then realizes he was dreaming about his rookie days, which makes him pretty ticked off. Without wasting any time, our protagonist starts getting ready for another day of duty. Now on his feet with his sword in hand, Gate asks who was on watch last night. An elven archer named Scully informs him that it was Morris from the second magic class. She explains that the dwarf Moai caused a ruckus in the morning looking for him, and it woke everyone up. The problem is, the commotion draws the attention of the high-ranking officers, who are super strict. Because of this, Scully warns Gate that even if they let it slide, the higher-ups won't. Our hero then tells Morris to reflect on his actions because he's not covering for him anymore. Changing the subject, our protagonist asks the archer for the day's enlistment roster. Scully mentions that a scripture says this new group might contain a transcendent. It's then explained that on Jokun Mountain, there are 10 legendary weapons called the Deca weapons. Those who manage to pull one of these weapons from the mountain are classified as transcendents. And according to the prophecy of the great prophet Saint Bynes, this has a greater purpose. Because when 10 transcendents gather, they can finally defeat the demon lord. Back in the present, Gate complains about having to evaluate the black magic division when he's a swordsman. Scully reminds him that so far, only 2 have managed to become transcendents, him and the mage, Morris. She believes in the prophecy and asks our hero to treat the next chosen one well when they show up. The 2 then comment on a squad leader named Uldring, who has an inferiority complex. And with the image of the Black Dragon Demon Lord, the hope is that this brutal war will finally end. The perks of being a transcendent are incredible, with triple the pay and even a statue. Scully then warns him about a rumor that the brigade might be split up if there's one more deserter. Our hero cracks a smile and says that he's not the one who chooses the transcendent. The weapon is, besides. He explains that if they lose this territorial battle, it's game over. Suddenly, the 2 realize that the high-ranking officer, Uldring, has arrived earlier than usual. Without wasting a second, Gate and Scully salute the officer, who greets them. Thus, we are introduced to Uldring, a high-ranking black mage from the Dark Elf race. Our protagonist is clearly bothered by his presence, but decides to start the selection. Right in front of them, several volunteers from the Black Magic Division are lined up awaiting orders. The crowd of recruits is pretty large, and they all seem anxious for what's to come. Gate observes them, and since they're black magic volunteers, he's already expecting to find some shady characters. And indeed, he thinks to himself that there are rotten people everywhere. The appearance of some of the new recruits already confirms our hero's suspicions. Taking a step forward, our protagonist yells for everyone to pay attention. He gets annoyed by their weak response, and demands they shout with twice the force. With the image of a tiger behind him, our hero asks how many times he needs to tell them. Finally, the recruits respond properly, yelling "attention" with all their might. Satisfied, Gate explains that one of them will become a transcendent and remain in the unit. and even those who aren't chosen will be sent to important positions in the army. Finally, he calls up recruit number 7, the top of the class, named Swan, and says she looks apathetic. During the evaluation, our hero is startled by the eyes of recruit Zunia, number 29. Soon after, he notices recruit number 13, Nartz Windsor, the only son of a rich family. The Beckenberg family is known for its immense fortune and extremely valuable jewels. They are a noble house of dark elves, famous for their strong paternal heritage. Nartz wears so many expensive rings that his fingers are turning purple, showing he's quite spoiled. Gate then formally introduces himself as the instructor standing before them all. He reveals that he is a transcendent, and the guide for the special task force they will be a part of. The recruits are shocked and wonder if the sword on his back is a Deca weapon. The scene shifts to Morris, the gnome who is also a transcendent, and he seems terrified of something. Now Morris is with the recruits, taking down uniform sizes for exchange. Suddenly, he's stunned to see that recruit number 13 has asked to exchange everything. Morris then realizes it's Nartz, one of the troublemakers Scully had mentioned. The gnome's expression gives away all his stress as Gate watches him from a distance. Our hero thinks that the bad recruits are obvious and plans to get rid of them soon. At that moment, Uldring approaches and calls our protagonist's name imposingly. The Dark Elf informs him that he will personally escort the new recruits to their barracks. Scully suspects he wants to confiscate something, but Gate tells her to pretend she didn't see anything. Then the archer says her goodbyes, saying she needs to sleep, and our hero dismisses her. Alone with Morris, our protagonist notices that the gnome doesn't look well at all. Worried, Gate approaches the trembling Morris and asks what's wrong. Suddenly, Gate remembers a violent attack that happened a while back. The scene shows the knight Jaga about to kick the small Morris on the ground. Next, the knight stomps hard on the gnome's head, who is unable to defend himself. We are then introduced to Jaga, a high-ranking knight who looks very angry. The poor gnome can only groan in pain with the knight's boot on his face. A soldier even asks Jaga to stop, but Gate says that gnomes can take a hit. Jaga then asks why the gnome doesn't get up as Morris bleeds on the ground. With a smile, he points to the gnome and says that he's perfectly fine. But when Morris gets up, Jaga attacks him again with his axe. Seeing this, our hero finally decides to intervene and stops Jaga's blow. The knight is furious with his actions and asks if our hero is challenging him. Our hero then stares him down seriously and introduces himself to the knight. He even asks if Jaga wants to get another scar on his face. As a threat, our protagonist's glare is terrifying and shows he's not messing around. The scene then takes us to the vague prophecy from the scripture, which is still a great mystery. And as the long wait dragged on, someone finally pulled a Deca weapon, and those were Gate and Morris, who became the troop's new transcendents. But many soldiers doubt the prophecy and treat it as a simple legend. And in the midst of this brutal war, the balance of power is extremely fragile, because this balance is maintained only by the hierarchy and power of the strongest. With so many different species in the army, the order needs to be even more rigid. The illusion called transcendent is just bait to keep everyone in line. Jaga then asks if Gate is protecting the gnome just because he's also a transcendent. The knight repeats our hero's threat, asking if he wants another scar. However, Gate doesn't flinch and maintains his firm, threatening stare at the knight. The two glare at each other in a moment of pure tension, ready to fight. Suddenly, the archer Scully arrives, yelling Jaga's name, looking very worried. Her arrival interrupts the fight that was about to break out between the two. Jaga gets annoyed by the interruption and asks what the elf wants with him. She informs him that an officer is calling the knights for an important meeting. The knight then makes up a lame excuse about some missing spears. Angrily, Jaga says he'll meet them at the barracks and storms off. On his way out, he even bumps into Scully and tells the girl to get out of his way. Scully then asks what happened, and Gate says that Jaga's always been a piece of work. Our hero approaches Morris, who says he's fine because he used a defense spell. Gate gets angry because Jaga came all this way just to mess with the gnome. Scully quickly realizes that he's also got his eye on Nartz, the rich recruit. Our protagonist warns Morris to be careful because Jaga has an inferiority complex. Gate tells the gnome to use his head instead of just apologizing to him. Back in the present, our hero asks why Morris is unwell, and he says it's a species-related problem. Morris then explains that gnomes have a metabolism that's 1.7 times faster. Furthermore, 95% of them are lactose intolerant, which is pretty bad. Gate complains that no one in this unit is normal, which stresses him out, so he tells them both to leave and says he needs to check on the recruits now. Arriving at the rookies' barracks, the atmosphere seems very heavy and silent. Inside, we see recruit Xenia, number 29, who has a very strange look in her eyes. She's sitting near Swan, recruit number 7, who seems very uncomfortable. Swan then wonders why this psycho is staring at her out of nowhere. But Xenia doesn't stop staring and keeps up her weird and creepy face. Suddenly, another recruit enters the tent, catching everyone's attention. He's carrying a pack of cigarettes, and Swan remembers a guy who hit on her. The scene then shifts to the past, at the entrance of a club called Redonia. Inside the bar, Swan and a friend were talking about how her ex cheated on her with a dwarf. At that moment, the weird elf from the present approaches their table. With a cheap pickup line, he asks if they want to hang out with him and a friend. Swan cuts him off immediately and says they're in the middle of a serious conversation. Awkwardly, the guy says he'll be back in 5 minutes to see if she changes her mind. Her friend then asks why she shut him down since he seemed decent, and Swan replies that she prefers more masculine guys over those scrawny types. The scene returns to the present, and Swan thinks that those were the good old days. The elf who hit on Swan starts giving orders about tetanus shots. Swan is outraged and asks why they need shots when there are healers, but the guy just demands discipline and tells everyone to shout their replies louder. After giving his orders, he finally leaves the tent, leaving the others behind. As soon as he's gone, a very awkward silence fills the entire place. Swan thinks about how this whole situation is just way too weird. A recruit next to her then starts complaining about the elf who just left. However, another recruit tells her to shut up and stay in her lane. The argument heats up, and the two start cussing each other out and challenging one another in front of everyone. Swan gets even more annoyed, wondering what these idiots are doing. Just then, our hero Gate arrives at the entrance of the tent for the daily inspection. He enters, and all the recruits fall silent in the presence of their instructor. The tension is so thick that Swan even swallows hard out of pure nervousness. Suddenly, Nartz, recruit 13, complains that she accidentally bumped into him. Swan gets irritated because the guy has a look of disgust that would push anyone away. She then moves away, thinking he's a total scumbag in every possible way. Meanwhile, Gate looks at the exchange requests and sees they are all from one person. Nartz then stands up and proudly says that the exchange requests are his. He starts making an excuse about his family's fortune and color tones. Our hero cuts him off and tells him to cut the crap and just wear the uniform. With a smirk, Nartz tries to send one of the other recruits in his place. Our hero then asks what he's doing and tells the guy to get in line. The rich recruit starts to have a meltdown, repeating our protagonist's words. Suddenly, Nartz snaps and yells not to play mind games with him. Gate just watches the scene with a sour face and zero patience. The situation makes all the other recruits in the tent very uncomfortable. The rookies are completely confused and wonder what that psycho just said. Swan, completely fed up with all the nonsense, curses under her breath, annoyed with the scene. Our protagonist then finds the perfect solution and orders everyone to hit the deck. Immediately, all the recruits get into the push-up position as punishment. Gate warns them that he'll let it slide today, but next time he'll make their lives a living hell. In response, all the rookies shout loudly that they understood the instructor's message. Meanwhile, Nartz struggles immensely to hold the difficult punishment position. The spoiled kid clearly can't handle the tough military training. The next day, all the recruits are lined up to get the so-called tetanus shot. Scully administers the injection to one of them, who wonders why an archer is doing this. Next to Gate, little Morris asks if they really need to get the shot. Our hero then tells the story of Drenane, a healer with a prosthetic leg. She was injured by a goblin and healed wrong because she was just a healer. Gate explains that tetanus is just as deadly as any weapon, and Morris is terrified by this. Gate explains that not even the great archmage Vilcross could defeat tetanus. Our hero gives a little smirk, looking quite pleased with his explanation. Suddenly, he hears shouting and wonders why there's so much noise coming from the recruits. Scully then approaches in a panic, and our protagonist asks what happened. The archer yells that recruit number 13 simply vanished from the line. Our protagonist is shocked and furious at the news of the disappearance. He remembers Nartz's face and curses the kid with pure rage for running away. The image of the spoiled, annoying recruit comes back to him in full force. Our hero then yells, asking who was responsible for escorting the rookies. Scully replies that Jaga brought them and told them to start the injections without a head count. Gate understands that it was Jaga's fault and asks if anyone saw where Narts went. Recruit Xenia raises her hand and says her special skill is Eagle Eye. Our protagonist then asks the girl if she can see the runaway. Using her special ability, Xenia manages to locate Narts from a great distance. She points to the mountain and says the guy is heading that way right now. Scully and Morris are confused because that's the mountain behind the camp. Gate then realizes that's where the hill of the Deca weapons is and understands the plan. Meanwhile, Narts walks alone, believing he is the next one chosen by the prophecy. He arrives at the Jokun mountain pass with an air of pure superiority. There, he finds a magic staff and believes the weapon was prepared just for him. The scene flashes back to the argument over the uniform, and our hero thinks Narts is just an idiot. On top of that, other recruits feel humiliated and complain about the mockery they're enduring. Back in the present, Narts smiles, believing it's time to show his true power. With his hand on the staff, he says he's going to shut up everyone who looked down on him. Suddenly, the spoiled kid is startled by a desperate scream coming from the darkness. Narts then looks back and sees Gate and Morris running towards him at full speed. Our protagonist yells that if he touches the weapon, his arm will be destroyed instantly. However, the spoiled recruit threatens to touch the staff if they move another inch. Gate stops in his tracks, furious, and little Morris is terrified by the situation. Narts believes this is all a cheap trick to break his will with pressure. Our hero is confused and asks what nonsense he's talking about, telling him to come down. The young man then introduces himself as the heir to the Beckenberg family and accuses Gate of being afraid. Our protagonist explodes, yelling that Narts has the lowest score of all the recruits, and that his strength and magic are so weak they're like a tree goblins. He even tries to explain that not even a transcendent can pull the weapon without a ritual. The rich recruit asks if our hero is judging him like any ordinary person. He believes that incredible people face rejection, and that his destiny is to guide the foolish. Therefore, Narts decides he will pull the Deca weapon and accept the destiny given to him. Gate screams desperately for him not to do it, but it's too late to stop him, and with an intense purple glow, the weapon reacts to Narts' touch, surprising him. The weapon unleashes a violent purple energy that hits Narts head-on with immense force. The spoiled recruit is thrown backward, with no chance to react to the Deca weapon's power. Seeing the scene, our hero and Morris rush to help, while Gate curses the kid out. Narts is now on the ground, crying and drooling, completely defeated by the weapon. Morris approaches and wonders what that pathetic creature on the ground is. Our protagonist then tells the gnome to get down the mountain because there's no more time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, black magic is explained as a very dangerous curse. Cladring then announces that today's training will be resistance to the devouring mist. Swan thinks the ability is useful, but it also hits allies, which is why they train resistance. The Dark Elf then summons a large sphere of black magic to begin the training. All the recruits enter the mist with protective cloths, one by one, in order. And the girl reflects that the only reason for this would be if one Dark Elf attacked another. Suddenly, Uldring yells for everyone in there to remove their protective masks immediately. Swan is furious with the order and clutches the cloth on her face in disbelief. She complains that the training is barbaric and only serves to force them to adapt. Without protection, all the recruits start to feel sick and suffocate in the mist. The instructor then approaches one of the rookies who is suffering from the training. The Dark Elf holds him tightly as the young man cries out in pain from the magic's effect. To make matters worse, Uldring orders everyone to sing a military song in the middle of the chaos. In the midst of it all, recruit Swan remains standing, firm and strong, enduring the pain. Swan cries in pain and thinks that Uldring is a very cruel kind of guy. Uldring says that a transcendent becomes his assistant, but the treatment is anything but good. The girl then wonders if she could put up with the mood of that guy she hates so much. However, the rewards of a transcendent are great, and she decides she will persevere. She thinks the system has its flaws, but being a transcendent would free her from annoying veterans. Procling Arbor finally ends the training, and the girl is relieved it's over. Already outside, everyone rests for 5 minutes before the next stage of the day. Swan then reflects that being an orphan, she just wants to save money and get out of the army. Her only goal is very simple, not to die and to live for at least 500 years. Suddenly, Uldring notices the arrival of our hero and Morris in the distance. Swan also sees the two approaching and is very curious about the scene. Our protagonist then arrives carrying Narts on his back, and Swan thinks he got caught. Eldring approaches and asks our hero what happened, and if the kid is dying. At that moment, Scully arrives in a panic and says there are no healers nearby. Gate asks Morris if he can help, but the gnome says that buffs and healing are two different things. The dark elf also says he can't do anything since his magic only causes damage. Our hero tells Scully to look again, and she runs off to check the holy water fountain. Then, recruit number 7, Swan, raises her hand, drawing everyone's attention. She says with confidence that she can solve the problem using her black magic. Uldring and our protagonist are shocked and ask what she just said. In disbelief, Swan analyzes the situation and realizes Narts has a cursed creature on him. It's a type of magical parasite called a dentacula that's sucking his life force. The girl explains that she can weaken the parasite using a black magic spell. However, Uldring doesn't believe her and tells her to stop talking nonsense and wait for the healers. Our hero then agrees with the idea and says that since it's an emergency, she should try. He adds that if it doesn't work, they'll just wait for help to arrive. Swan then asks to borrow Uldring's staff, leaving the dark elf quite surprised. With the weapon in hand, the girl positions herself to begin the spell on the fallen recruit. A purple aura surrounds her as strange words come from her mouth. Next, a huge magic circle forms on the ground with the power of the incantation. The spell then hits Narts head-on, and the young man begins to writhe in pain. The dark creature that was attached to him starts to break apart bit by bit. Swan finishes the spell, and the parasite completely disintegrates in the air. The last fragments of the shadow vanish, and everyone falls silent. Gate, Uldring, and Morris are open-mouthed, unable to believe what they just saw. Slowly, Narts wakes up, looking much better and a little confused by everything. The girl looks tired but maintains her composure after using so much power. Uldring then looks at our protagonist and admits that the recruit is quite useful. The scene then shifts to a dark night over the walls of a distant fort. Suddenly, we see a nightmare with a giant demon and Swan trapped among skulls. During the night, a carriage arrives at the fort, bringing the military police. Inside a tent, Scully informs our hero that the police have arrived for the case. She asks what's going to happen to Narts, and Gate says they'll sort it out soon. The archer is still shocked by the arrogance of the kid who thought he was a transcendent. Suddenly, little Morris runs into the tent, calling for our protagonist. With a panicked look, he announces that they've both been summoned to the officer's room. Our hero then wonders why he and the gnome were called in there together. The scene then shifts to the officer's room, where the tense meeting will take place. Inside, our protagonist and Morris wait with sour expressions for the conversation. The mood is very heavy, with Narts in bed surrounded by very important people. An officer begins to defend Narts, saying he's a model soldier who was just confused, and that this confusion created a crisis of inferiority for the troops' transcendence. Furthermore, he accuses our hero of ordering the act out of jealousy for the recruit's position. Our protagonist is furious with the lie and asks what kind of joke this is. Pretending to be sad, the officer says that it's all his fault for being their senior. Next, a man with rings says he will discipline the two soldiers for the incident. And this man is Jaga, the knight who hates our protagonist and little Morris. The officer turns his back and says he feels devastated by the whole situation. Jaga then reaffirms that the two soldiers will be punished very severely soon. Our protagonist seethes with anger, thinking that this guy is a garbage human being. Little Morris panics and denies the accusation with all his might. Suddenly, a giant named Moai yells for the gnome to shut up immediately. Then, a woman approaches and says she is very disappointed in both of them. She is Rebecca, the company commander, and she looks very let down by the situation. The commander then tells them to admit their mistake and reflect on their actions. Our hero cuts Morris off and says he's still adjusting to the unit. Gate takes all the blame and confesses that he was the one who gave the order to the recruit. Rebecca praises our protagonist's attitude and scolds Morris for not confessing. However, the police officer says that even with a confession, the case cannot be ignored. The commander then asks to be excused and approaches the officers for a private chat. She reminds the officer that the two are transcendents, and that changes the whole situation. Rebecca threatens him, asking what his rank is and if he wants to die right there. Right after, she says she's just kidding, and that the higher-ups don't want any trouble. The commander then tells him to leave the punishment to them and just report the details. With the police gone, Moai says that everything was resolved thanks to Rebecca's intervention. But the commander seems very angry about something and glares off to the side. She tells Moai to see her later, and the giant agrees, terrified of the woman. Jaga then appears with a smile and says the two were very lucky this time. He hands them a paper with the punishment: 7 days of running and 10 laps around the courtyard. Morris is desperate, but our hero says this is normal and tells him to get used to it. The scene shifts to the recruits' training, with the distribution of magical equipment. Next, they crawl under barbed wire and march in formation in the middle of the rain. And to finish the training, they fire blasts of magic at distant targets on the field. 5 weeks pass, and we see recruit Swan carefully cleaning her boots. A colleague compliments the shine on her boot and asks her to clean his too, but she refuses. 2 recruits comment on the assignment interview that only the best will get to do. The girl thinks that she's adapted to everything in the army, but there's something that really bothers her. And that something is Narts, who is lying in bed, drooling and snoring loudly. Swan regrets saving his life and thinks she should have just let him bite the dust. Suddenly, an officer arrives and announces that the midterm evaluations are on the board. All the recruits rush to see the results, and Swan is shocked by what she sees. She can't believe that Narts is in 3rd place with such high scores, and wonders what he did. Next to the board, Narts compliments an officer's armor, who thanks him for the praise. Swan realizes that the officer is obviously sucking up to the spoiled recruit. She wonders if he's trying to turn Narts into a transcendent, no matter what. The scene then shifts to the regular soldiers' barracks in another part of the fort. Our hero is furious about Narts' score, and Morris explains why. It turns out that Jaga gave him the highest scores in every possible category. Gates says the scores don't matter, but Morris explains that in the Central Brigade they do. The gnome wonders if Oldring will just stand by and watch Narts become his assistant. Morris asks if our hero isn't angry, and he says he expects nothing from humans. The gnome is impressed by our protagonist's calmness and disgusted with Jaga. Back with the recruits, Narts complains of thirst and asks for some holy water to drink. An officer then yells and asks who's on water duty, and Swan and Xenia report. He orders the 2 to fetch water, and they leave to carry out the superior's order. The 2 carry a heavy pot, and Swan complains that they should make the giants do this. The girl then sits down to rest, and Xenia offers to switch places with her. Suddenly, Swan notices some portraits on the wall and asks what those paintings are. Xenia explains that they are portraits of war heroes from each of the battlefronts. Swan mocks one of the portraits, saying the dark elf is the ugliest of them all. She says he's so ugly he could scare away demons with just his face. Zanyo then reveals that the dark elf in the portrait is actually her father. The girl is in shock and awkwardly tries to fix the situation by complimenting the guy. She thinks that besides Narts, now she has to deal with a guy who's a hero's son. Swan then asks why he's here, and Xenia says it's to serve his country. She wonders what he's thinking and if he sees her as some poor wretch. The scene then shifts to Xenia, thinking about which part of a mug is the safest. While they fill the pot with water, the 2 talk about their future assignments. Swan says she'll try for the extraction, and if she fails, she'll stay in the Central Brigade. And Xenia says that Narts was called in first for the consultation because of some issue. Scully is outraged by the situation, but the officer says the decision is final. Morris then wonders if Narts is some kind of masochist who enjoys suffering. The spoiled recruit confirms his decision, and Jaga is already thinking about the benefits he'll get. Narts then says he will remain in the Central Brigade, to everyone's surprise, and he even applies for the position of knight, imagining himself in armor. Everyone is in shock at Narts' decision and doesn't understand the situation at all. Jaga turns pale and can't believe what he just heard from the young man. The knight starts to sweat and wonders what kind of madness he just heard. Suddenly, Moai congratulates Narts on his choice and says it was a courageous decision. He even comforts him, saying that aptitude and species are very different things. Klaus Morris then approaches our protagonist and asks what is going on. Our hero gives a very mysterious smile, leaving the little gnome even more confused. Later, the 2 are walking carrying backpacks, and Morris asks what it all means. Our protagonist simply replies that he'll find out soon enough what's happening. He thinks that Jaga contacted Nartz's parents and received a bribe for it. And since Nartz bragged to all the officers, he couldn't back out now. Our hero explains that the kid is desperate for attention and dreamed of being a transcendent. And with that dream shattered, he now has only one option left to follow. He's going to seek out the only person who gave him attention this entire time in the army, the officer who supported him from the beginning and gave him the best scores on the evaluation. Our hero explains that all it takes is a little push for everything to change. Morris then remembers what Geit said during the run about the knight's uniform, and the plan was simply to get rid of the unit's torture officer once and for all. In other words, our protagonist set a perfect trap for Jaga to fall into. He called the plan Project Jaga's Contradiction and executed it masterfully. The scene then returns to Uldring, analyzing Nartz's papers in the officer's tent. He's shocked to see that the kid is an honor student and can't believe it. Suddenly, Jaga appears with a smile, and Uldring starts connecting the dots. A puzzle forms, and he understands the knight's plan to get ahead. Jaga would get a bribe from Nartz's parents, and Uldring would have to put up with the spoiled kid. The dark elf realizes he's screwed and tries to argue with Jaga about the decision, but the knight just scoffs at him and asks if he can't even train his own assistant. Uldring is furious and wonders if he'll have to endure this humiliation in silence. Back in the present, Nartz makes his surprising announcement to everyone present. He says he will remain in the brigade and apply for the position of knight. Jaga turns pale, while Uldring lets out a loud laugh of pure satisfaction. The giant Mawai finds the kid's choice very unusual, but approves it on the spot. Anhydring seizes the opportunity and says that Jaga treated Nartz without prejudice and with care, and that he passionately advocated for an end to the role barriers between species. Therefore, Uldring suggests that the higher-ups recognize Jaga's sincerity and laughed. Mawai says that in the end, sincerity always wins, and Jaga tries to argue against the decision. Uldring then provokes him, asking if someone received a bribe or forged the scores. He even tells the knight to accept the result and obey the chain of command. Jaga is furious but can't say anything in front of the officers and Nartz. Besides, he never imagined that the true mastermind behind it all was our hero. Our protagonist thinks that it's not over yet, and that there's one last move to make. Seeing the whole scene, Morris becomes convinced that the real demon here is Geit. The scene then shifts to a dark forest, with a strange animal watching something. A troop of soldiers marches in tight formation, following the commander's orders. And among them is Xenia, who finds a strange little rock on the forest floor. She picks up the object and keeps it as a souvenir while Swan watches from a distance. The recruits continue their long night march, carrying heavy backpacks and equipment. Our hero encourages them to keep going, saying there's only one more hill to go. Swan feels exhausted and focuses only on putting one foot in front of the other, so she doesn't give up. The commander then orders everyone to sing a marching song to lift their spirits. Finally, the recruits arrive back at the fort and celebrate the end of their training. With that, the 6 weeks of basic training in the enlistment unit come to an end. And now, the long-awaited Deca weapon extraction ceremony is finally about to begin. An officer announces the start of the third extraction ceremony, and everyone salutes the flag. Morris wonders why it's the third time, and our hero says there have been over 100. Our hero explains to Morris that if the prophecy is right, it all ends in the 10th round. An officer with wings then begins the ceremony. Speaking of their noble tradition, she announces that the recruits from the Black Magic unit will begin the final extraction. Geit yells for the rookies to step forward and says the class has 2 candidates. He then calls Recruit 29, Xenia, and Recruit 7, Swan, for the test. The 2 warm up for the challenge, and a purple magic aura surrounds their bodies. The officer announces that Xenia, the second in the class, will be the first to attempt the extraction. Xenia then informs Swan that she will be the one chosen to become the new Transcendent. The Deca weapon is legendary and cannot be pulled by normal means, but Xenia has a plan, because she believes her absurd muscle strength is more than enough for the task. Scully is shocked by the girl's muscles, and Geit says she's going to use brute force. Swan then realizes that Xenia's family genetics are the reason for her incredible strength. The recruit gets into a powerlifting stance to pull the weapon. With a deafening shout for her father, Xenia puts all of her strength into the movement. However, despite all her effort, the Deca weapon simply doesn't move. Frustrated, she asks if anyone has a shovel, and Gate tells the girl to get down from there. Next up is Swan, recruit number 7, who walks up to the weapon. The other recruits comment that she is the top student of their entire class. The officer then recites the words from the scripture about the worthy and transcendence. And with a final shout of extract, Swan prepares to try her luck. With her hands on the staff, Swan prepares to try her luck with all her might. Our hero and little Morris watch the scene with great anticipation in the air. The girl takes a deep breath and focuses on pulling the weapon with everything she's got. She then uses all her energy, but the staff doesn't move a single millimeter. Swan is shocked and wonders why the weapon isn't moving at all. The other recruits comment that neither Zinnia nor she could do it, and that the scripture was wrong. With a tearful expression, the girl thinks that she was so sure and wonders if she miscalculated. A memory of her past at the bar comes back, and she thinks she's not so smart anymore. She then decides to give up, but her hands simply won't let go of the staff. The girl becomes desperate and wonders why her hand won't release the weapon. Suddenly, a dark red energy explodes from the staff with immense force. Swan is terrified and has no idea what is happening around her. The other recruits get scared and wonder why she's just standing there. Our protagonist and Morris realize that something very serious is about to happen. And from the middle of the red smoke, a shadowy creature emerges, the Lord of Jiokun. The creature then calls Swan weak and says she's too boring for him. And unlike the weapon's previous owner, she has no ambition in life. The Lord then reveals that she spends her nights reading silly princess romance novels, and that on weekends she gets wasted and gets shot down by every guy. Swan yells that's in the past, and the Lord says that's why she always fails. The Lord then says he prefers her to Narts and Xenia, and grants her the weapon Jet Black Dew. Swan has a bored expression, not really caring about what just happened. The creature explains that the weapon is corrupt, but because she's lazy, she can be trusted. The Lord then announces that from now on, the Deca weapon belongs to her by right. She thinks it's nice that the Lord trusts her, but her favorite book is not a silly romance. Suddenly, the girl gets angry and yells that her book is actual literature. Everyone present is shocked and has no idea what she's talking about. Swan then snaps back to reality, very confused by her own over-the-top reaction. The other recruits awkwardly start applauding the troop's new transcendent. Ironically, the girl just stands there with the staff in her hand, not understanding how she did it. Due to her humble personality, she obtained the weapon and became a transcendent black mage. However, the first female transcendent ended up bothering some of the army's female veterans. They complain that the girl will get triple the pay and that she'll be cursed for it. But Xenia celebrates and says that if it's Swan, she approves of the Deca weapon's choice. The scene then shifts to total darkness, with a very faint glow on the horizon. Suddenly, Xenia is startled by something she felt from very far away. She looks at a distant mountain and sees a very strange light on its peak. The recruit says she felt a very sinister aura, and her eye begins to glow brightly. The energy on the mountain grows more and more intense, and a dark power spreads, and in the middle of it all, the image of terrifying demons emerges in the darkness of the night. The recruit's completion ceremony finally takes place under a very cloudy and gloomy sky. Swan reflects that finishing the training is satisfying, but she also feels empty because it's just the beginning. Unexpectedly, Xenia appears behind the girl and calls out to her, giving her a good scare. The new transcendent gets startled, and her colleague explains she didn't say anything so as not to spoil the mood. Then, the muscular recruit reveals she saw demons gathering on one of the mountain peaks. The girl then hands a strange object to Swan and asks her to take it to our hero. The item looks like a spiky ball, and Xenia warns that it's a bad omen. The elf is confused, wondering if it's a rubber ball, but agrees to deliver it. Suddenly, the muscular recruit opens her arms dramatically, leaving the other girl completely clueless. Then, Xenia gives the new transcendent a big hug, thanking her for the last 6 weeks together. The girl responds a bit awkwardly as the other says goodbye, waving from a distance. In the background, 2 other recruits who fought at the beginning are hugging and crying as they say goodbye. The carts start to leave, and the new transcendent, losing her patience, tells the others to be quiet. Next to Gate and Morris, the girl thinks that they'll never see each other again anyway. Our protagonist complains that the newbies are already thinking about vacation, and Scully agrees with him. Little Morris mentions that he joined after that, and even got to enjoy civilian food for a few days. Gate gets annoyed with the dwarf and scolds him, saying he has no sense at all. Elsewhere, the new Transcendent puts a new armband on her official uniform. She's adjusting her new outfit, which, besides being stiff, feels very tight in the chest area. With her staff in hand, the girl says that she and her weapon will be together until the end. In her new uniform, Swan leaves the tent, and Little Morris is waiting for her outside. The dwarf then hands an old book with strange runes on the cover to the new Transcendent. He explains that the notebook contains the order of the veterans, cleaning duties, and the format for reports. Additionally, Morris warns her that the passwords change every day, and that a veteran named Jera is very strict. The dwarf then leaves her alone to memorize everything, and warns her to never let go of her weapon, Deca. With a focused look, the girl stares at the book confidently, as memorizing is her specialty. While studying, the elf hears a strange noise coming from somewhere nearby and gets curious. The sound was coming from our hero, who was training with his sword, starting with 1 repetition. Then, he performs a powerful strike called Stone Splitter Cut, a sword technique that splits rocks. From the tent, the girl watches the training and wonders if that brute force technique works in combat. Suddenly, the new Transcendent remembers the strange object Xenia asked her to deliver. The scene cuts to Uldring reading a book and letting out an evil laugh, looking very pleased. The dark elf walks along happily, thinking about what he'll teach the rookie first, since she's smart. Passing by another tent, he yells at someone, telling them to at least take the dirty clothes out of the locker. He continues on his way, humming happily about having found the new assistant. With a serious expression, the dark elf gets the attention of 2 people who are nearby. Right ahead were 2 veterans who are about to be promoted to officers. One of them is Jera, a high-level healer elf known as the Serpent Eyes of the West. The other is Azan, a high-level giant tank nicknamed the Muscle Brain of the South. The dark elf, who was a demon to the newbies, now looks like a simple recruit in front of them. The veteran Jera asks the dark elf why he's smiling so much. Azan pressures him, complaining that a rookie got an assistant before they did. With a smile, Jera tells the dark elf to bring the assistant to the recreation room. The dark elf grumbles that the new Transcendent is still in her protection period. The healer overhears the comment and becomes furious with the dark elf's audacity. Then the giant hits him hard, asking if he's challenging her. Intimidated, the instructor falls to the ground and agrees to bring the girl immediately. He walks away feeling miserable as he heads toward the rookie's tent. Inside the tent, Swan is sitting on her bed, waiting for her next orders. The dark elf enters and calls her outside, praising the girl's good posture. Outside, he's smoking and asks her if she uses a certain type of herb, and she says no. The instructor seriously warns her to never do something like that. The girl looks at him with a serious gaze and firmly replies that she won't. She asks if he isn't a veteran too, and he explains that the hierarchy is strict. He warns her that he can protect her from many things, but not from the veterans. The dark elf advises her to keep a low profile and get used to the situation. Elsewhere, our protagonist is examining some important documents. He finds the report on the strange object the girl received from Xenia. The paper identifies it as an unusual demon eye found in the 9th region. He remembers the girl saying that Xenia found it and becomes tense with the information. Before the demon eye turned completely purple, an attack team had invaded enemy territory. The problem is that the purple color means the demon has finished scouting and evolved to invade. With this, our hero realizes the situation is desperate and that they are in deep trouble. Little Morris sees his friend's expression, and he just tells the dwarf to prepare for combat immediately. Then the gnome explains that the officer on duty has disappeared and is probably sleeping in the barracks. Furious, the protagonist runs off, muttering about the officer, while his friend asks where he's going. He knows that without an officer on duty, and with the veterans on leave, the situation has gotten even worse. Then he remembers that the next in the line of command are the 2 veterans Uldring met. In the recreation room, the healer Jera is already staring at the rookie with a very intimidating smile. The new Transcendent is visibly nervous, unsure of what to do in front of the two of them. She remembers a note that said the two of them are always together and are very dangerous. The veteran then questions how the girl knows so much, since she was just transferred. The rookie is in complete shock, having no idea how to answer her question. To get out of the tight spot, the elf stands at attention and introduces herself formally. Then the healer asks for the password of the day, and the girl answers everything correctly, improvising at the end. Beside them, the giant Asen watches the whole scene in silence with a very serious and judgmental look. Suddenly, the giant strikes the rookie's head with her metal gauntlet without any warning. Asen warns that rookies can't wear short skirts, while the other veteran watches with a smile. The healer then attacks her with a kick, wondering if she needs to spell it out for her. With the girl's head lowered, the veteran questions how she even got into the army. The veteran continues to belittle the rookie and harshly criticizes her clothes. Unexpectedly, our hero bursts just in time to interrupt the scene. He then shouts desperately, showing the demon eye to the two veterans. But the healer ignores him and says the object will turn purple, and it will be too late. With that, the giant lands a powerful punch on the protagonist, sending him flying. Jera then tells her colleague to stop, as the situation seems to be very serious. The young man holds the demon eye, which is now almost completely purple, and looks worried. The two veterans exchange looks with mischievous smiles, unconcerned by the warning. They pretend not to understand and continue to mock the young man's concern. Our hero gets annoyed and questions their attitude, but the healer just taunts him more. The elf ignores the situation and accuses the young man of doing it all to impress the rookie. Then the giant lands a powerful kick on the protagonist, throwing him out of the place. The young man flies a long way and lands hard on the ground outside the fort. The giant belittles him, telling him to go clean the trash like he's just some recruit. Kneeling on the ground, the swordsman reflects on the attitude of all the superiors. In his bed, he thinks that everyone there is crazy for ignoring such a clear warning. He stares at the demon eye and realizes that time is running out quickly. The next morning, in a watchtower, a soldier complains about being bored 40 minutes before the shift change. A soldier approaches little Morris, who is on guard duty, and asks him to tell a story. Suddenly, the soldier gets terrified and points to something awful behind the little dwarf. Little Morris then bursts out laughing and says the soldier's acting was terrible. But the joke ends when a giant demon appears behind them, sending the soldier into a panic. The scene focuses on the demon eye, which is now completely purple, indicating the imminent danger. It's revealed that the previous scene was a joke, and Morris makes fun of his colleague's bad acting. The soldier is shocked by the monster's appearance, while the little dwarf keeps laughing. It's explained that the world is in an unstable ceasefire after a century of war against the demons. Over time, the stains on the battlefields began to slowly fade away. The swords that once fought were now silent and forgotten amidst the vegetation. But the Federation forgot its oath, and the soldiers only cared about relaxing in the barracks. This led to a wave of desertions and absences, with officers and soldiers abandoning their posts. No one noticed until the last line of defense was breached by a creature called a Wurgle. With the title card of the series, the tension for what's to come only grows. Immediately, a soldier sounds the warning horn to alert everyone of the imminent invasion. The sound echoes through the fort, and a soldier's desperate shout announces that a demon has arrived. The soldiers on the wall are in shock, wondering how the creature got past the barrier. The giant demon then appears on top of the wall, staring at the soldiers with a menacing look. Fear is so great that one of the soldiers feels sick to his stomach upon seeing a demon for the first time. Because it's a low-class but high-level demon, the pressure it emits is overwhelming. Most of the soldiers can't handle the despair and pressure, feeling nauseous. To make matters worse, its aura and thirst for battle were even stronger, and it moves into attack. One of the soldiers is completely terrified by the creature's imminent attack. He tries to defend himself, but the monster's blow is too strong and hits him squarely. The battle descends into chaos, with the creature attacking and knocking down several soldiers. Another soldier faces the demon up close and is frozen with fear, asking it not to come any closer. The creature ignores the plea and approaches the young man on the ground, who can only groan in pain. Suddenly, our hero appears with an expression of pure fury and determination on his face. He then leaps toward the monster with the full moon in the background, preparing to attack. His eyes glow with a yellow intensity, showing that he's not messing around. With his weapon, Deka, he unleashes a powerful and precise strike toward the creature. The blow lands squarely on the monster, and it lets out a cry of pain, feeling the impact of the attack. The creature roars in fury, its face wounded by the swordsman's accurate cut. The protagonist lands in a combat stance as the demon stumbles from the blow. With his breath ragged, he realizes this isn't an illusion but a harsh reality. The situation is real, and the wounded monster still faces our hero, ready to continue the fight. From the top of the wall, the new transcendent Swan is in shock at seeing a real demon. Meanwhile, the archer Scully and her squad get into position to provide support with their arrows. The scene shows the soldiers surrounding the creature in the courtyard, preparing for a team battle. A young elf soldier is completely terrified by the scene and can barely move. Swan is also scared and sweating, wondering what on earth that thing is. Suddenly, she feels a strange sensation, and her body trembles before the creature. The dark elf approaches the new transcendent and asks why she's shaking so much. Meanwhile, our hero notices that besides Oldring, there are no other veterans or officers around. The instructor wonders where the other cowards have hidden since the warning horn sounded. Then he scolds a soldier, telling him to stop coughing and put on his protective scarf. The wounded monster gets to its feet, and a strange liquid starts to drip from its tail. Our protagonist recognizes the substance and realizes it's a demon swamp. It's explained that the reason Wurgles are so dangerous isn't just because of their aggression. The real danger is a mucus that comes from their bodies, which is called the swamp. This liquid spreads across the ground and begins to solidify rapidly in the courtyard. With that, the ground becomes contaminated and instantly transforms into demonic territory. Seeing the girl frozen, Oldring yells at her to snap out of her trance and start using magic. He shakes her forcefully, trying to pull her out of her shock so she can help in the battle. Suddenly, a knight appears, wondering if it's his turn to jump into action. And this knight is Jaga, who shows up mounted on a horse with a very strange look on his face. The archer Scully gets annoyed and yells at him to get out of the way and not block her view. He tries to attack the monster but is hit and thrown far away with no chance to react. Amidst the focused fire, the new mage is completely disappointed with her own behavior. She sees the fallen knight and thinks that even that idiot had the courage to fight. The girl continues to tremble, unable to move, and questions what kind of transcendent she is. The scene shows our hero and the others preparing to face the creature again. Our hero explains that if the monster's body is taken down before the mucus hardens, the swamp disappears. He remembers that the creature has already been analyzed, so there's a strategy for the battle. The Wurgle hasn't fully developed yet, so its skin is still very soft. Because of this, he moves forward, aiming specifically at the membranes of the monster's joints. He then focuses on the joint around its neck, as that is the creature's vital point. Then the swordsman unleashes a powerful strike, planning to cut the weak spot in one go. The attack hits the monster, leaving some cuts, but the creature remains standing despite its injuries. The protagonist is in shock because his attack was blocked, and he doesn't understand why. The creature used its arm to defend itself, and the force of the impact throws him backward. He loses his balance and falls, completely confused by the monster's unexpected defense. The young man realizes this defense wasn't due to intelligence, and that the situation is much more complicated. He understands that protecting its neck is a primitive instinct, and remembers a deserter. Despite the failure, he doesn't give up and prepares to attack again with his sword. Suddenly, tentacles of dark magic appear and bind the creature, immobilizing its movements. The dark elf then taunts the monster, saying it's just big and a useless piece of junk. Seeing the chance, the other soldiers shout for Uldring, asking for tactical orders for the attack. The archer Scully also joins the chorus and desperately shouts for attack orders. Only then does the dark elf realize he is the highest ranking person and the commander. Under pressure, He panics and yells for Morris to use buffs, and for everyone to attack with everything they've got. The little dwarf obeys and casts a protective light magic in an area to strengthen the soldiers. With the commander's order, the archer Scully and her squad fire a shower of arrows. The projectiles hit the monster squarely, which was already trapped by the instructor's dark magic. The dark elf then seizes the opportunity and casts an even more powerful spell. With this, the magic of eternal sleep binds the creature with strong, shadowy chains. Even so, the monster struggles with all its might, trying to break free from the chains. The instructor panics because the spell is breaking apart too quickly for his liking. Desperate, he yells for our hero to do something while the young man concentrates. The swordsman then grips his weapon firmly and waits for the perfect moment to strike. But the dark elf has no patience and yells at him to attack before the creature escapes. The magic chains begin to break, and the monster is one step away from freeing itself. The commander keeps shouting, but our hero focuses entirely on his target, ignoring everything else. With a deafening roar, the creature finally shatters the chains and breaks free. At that exact moment, the protagonist sees the perfect opportunity and shouts that now is the time. He charges forward with all his might and prepares to deliver a finishing blow with his sword. Deca. With a look of pure fury, the young man swears he will end this threat once and for all. In the background, two other soldiers watch the scene, completely shocked by his courage. Our hero's strike leaves a trail of destruction in its path across the courtyard, and with a single, precise attack, the monster's head is severed and flies through the air. The archer Scully and her companions are left with their mouths wide open, unable to believe the scene. The dark elf, the new mage, and the young soldier are also frozen and impressed. With a single blow, the creature's head is sent flying through the air under the light of the full moon. Then we see the Federation's swordsman, panting and exhausted after the intense battle. The monster that infiltrated the unit has finally been successfully eliminated by our hero. But all that effort came at a price, and the young man collapses to the ground, completely drained. Far away on a mountain, a dark and sinister energy begins to manifest. A giant eye then opens, revealing the presence of an even more powerful creature. The new demon lets out a deafening roar that echoes throughout the entire surrounding region. With its cry, a horde of smaller, bizarre demons emerges from the shadows in obedience. It is revealed that this creature is a Groton, a white-bodied, higher-level demon. A screen explains that the Wurgle's mucus creates a swamp that helps demons breathe. Furthermore, the solidified goo becomes a base of movement for low-class monsters. Elsewhere, our hero runs to the Federation's command and control headquarters. Inside, a woman with wings is at her desk and seems to notice something strange happening. She then picks up a message that arrived the previous day, wondering what it is. The letter was sent by our hero, warning about the invasion and the absence of the officers. The winged woman is shocked as she holds the evidence he sent, the demon eye. The scene then cuts to the conference room of the Federation headquarters officers. The winged woman bursts into the room, desperate to warn everyone about the emergency situation, but she stops suddenly when she sees the officers looking intently at a crystal ball. Captain Rebecca and the others welcome her, saying she arrived at a good time for the meeting. The winged woman becomes tense and explains that there is an irregular signal coming from the scrying orb. She says they hadn't received an image for a long time and thought the crystal tower was broken. Captain Rebecca analyzes the letter and realizes the young man predicted the demonic infiltration yesterday. One of the officers doubts the information and questions if the demon bestiary has any real basis. But the image from the orb confirms everything and shows that the transcendents have proven their usefulness. A more serious officer says that with the border destroyed, there's no time to waste, and they must advance. However, another, older officer reminds everyone that they are in a ceasefire period. The younger one gets angry and shouts that demons are not people, but vermin that need to be exterminated. He continues his lecture, questioning how the other can say that with the defense lines breached. A third officer points to the map and comments on the Groton's bloodlands. He explains that this is the region farthest from the main demon territory in the area. He then suggests sending only the 3 Transcendents on an infiltration mission instead of the whole army. The man turns to the meeting leader and asks for Captain Rebecca's opinion on the plan. The winged woman is then asked what decision she will make regarding the situation. On the wall, the little dwarf asks his friend if he won't be punished for breaking the chain of command. The young man replies that it's an emergency, and he no longer trusts his superiors as the swamp spreads. Our hero observes the goo and understands that the Wurgle only moved so much because of another swamp. With a determined look, he knows it's only a matter of time before other demons appear. He concludes that they need to invade the Bloodlands and take down the white-bodied host. The swordsman then realizes the bestiary was right and needs to be read more carefully. Little Morris then asks his friend what will happen now that the battle is over. Our hero replies firmly that they are going to march, leaving the dwarf completely shocked. Facing the sunrise, the swordsman concludes that the ceasefire is over and the time to fight has come. The bestiary reinforces the idea that history has always been about taking down others or being taken down, with no other option. On the wall, the night Jaga appears, wondering what on earth happened all night. He gets annoyed and questions why the monster was quiet, and then suddenly attacked with full force. With contempt, he tells a wounded soldier to be quiet, but then immediately asks for him to be carried away. Meanwhile, the veterans are smoking and mocking the newbies who fought the demon. The new Transcendent observes the scene from a distance and finds the whole situation very depressing. An older officer arrives, shouting furiously that the reporting system is a mess. He then curses at the group and orders everyone who made the mess to clean up the filth and stains. Suddenly, rain begins to fall, and a strange feeling hangs in the air, making everyone tense. Our protagonist feels a weird discomfort and tries to understand the reason for that feeling. The crystal transmission tower is shown under the heavy rain, looking very mysterious. Someone writes a false report, crediting the victory to Sergeant Moe with 0 casualties. The sergeant then relaxes in his chair, happy that Rebecca isn't around to bother him. With a dark look, our hero wonders if this whole situation is actually real. The new mage stares at the group with a serious expression and questions their actions. Next, we see the young man and the elf standing, while the 2 officers are tied up on the floor. The girl complains about the smell of the dirty laundry and says they should have collected it before the rain. With a kick, the new mage demands an answer, and the tied-up soldier desperately apologizes. She then belittles the other officer, questioning her about not having prepared hot water for their baths. Our hero tries to intervene, explaining to the veteran Jera that the previous night was an emergency, but the giant angrily interrupts him, accusing him of getting arrogant for taking down one demon. She warns him that washing laundry and fetching hot water is more important than anything else there. Beside them, the healer smiles mockingly and comments that she needs to teach them the basics again. The swordsman finally understands the reason for his discomfort with the whole situation. The fact that there were no casualties made everyone forget how serious the situation really was. Angrily, he thinks that maybe someone should have been lost for them to understand. The giant notices that the young man is no longer hiding his anger and glares at him with a deathly look. Suddenly, a soldier shouts that the officer wants everyone assembled on the parade ground immediately. The big woman then complains about the rain, and the healer wonders if they'll go back to the same spot. The scene cuts to the wounded soldiers being helped, and our hero is very frustrated with everything. On the parade ground, Sergeant Moe announces that he will skip the report and go straight to the final decision. It is explained that only Transcendents can enter the Bloodlands where the host lives. Their Deca weapon has a function that makes it easier for Transcendents to breathe in swamp zones. The sergeant shouts that the Transcendent troops will go first as the mission's advance team. He orders that after they take down the host, they must signal for the rest of the forces to advance. The protagonist then says that with so many demons in the way, this order is basically a suicide mission. The sergeant becomes furious and questions him for talking back to a superior's order like that. The new mage observes the young man and thinks that he ignores the pressure and points out what is wrong. Our hero then insists that there is no time and that they need an immediate advance order. But Sergeant Moe ignores the warning, talking about soldierly spirit and that he believes in the three of them. He then sends them to clean up the area and prepare for the mission at dawn the next day. With the assembly dismissed, the swordsman is furious with the absurd order and the lack of awareness. It is revealed that fully evolved Wurgles will cross the border later today, making everything worse. The young man realizes that every second counts when a mysterious feather falls right in front of him. The feather then lands gently on his chest, leaving the protagonist very confused by the scene. He then looks up and sees something flying at high speed across the rainy sky. Suddenly, Captain Rebecca lands in the middle of the courtyard, surprising everyone present. She goes straight to the swordsman and grabs him by his clothes, with a very serious look on her face. The young man recognizes her immediately, as she is the captain who was at the command headquarters. Right after, the captain's elite squad also lands in the courtyard, ready for action. Sergeant Moe is completely shocked and asks how she managed to get back so quickly. Rebecca then shows him the false report and asks if he was the one who wrote it. Desperate, the sergeant tries to explain himself, but the captain doesn't seem willing to listen. Without patience, she grabs him by the neck with her clawed hand and lifts him off the ground. The winged woman then hits him with a powerful kick, making him groan in pain from the impact. She crumples the false report and accuses him of writing a novel instead of a document. The captain questions if he thought the transmission tower was just there for decoration. The captain continues her lecture, saying she doesn't even need reports to know what happened. Looking at the protagonist's group, she knows it's obvious what really went on there. In that moment, she realizes who was putting in the effort and who was just relaxing and doing nothing. With the false report in her hand, the winged woman tears it up with all her strength in front of everyone. She then spreads her wings and shouts for all personnel to pay close attention to her. Starting today from this very hour, things are going to change drastically for everyone there. The commander announces that she has received an emergency order from headquarters, and that this is not a drill. She orders all personnel in the unit to prepare themselves with full combat gear. With that, the captain declares that all of them are finally going to march together to war. The new transcendent mage feels an overwhelming pressure and can barely stand. Even little Morris is completely terrified by the creature's sinister presence. But our hero tries to pull himself together and stay focused, knowing he can't waver now. He understands that if he loses concentration, everyone there will fall to that giant demon. At that moment, the creature shows its immense power, making the pressure in the area even greater. Then, the monster charges full speed towards the swordsman to start the fight. With that, the creature's aura makes the protagonist and his companions feel very nauseous. The girl then falls to the ground, regretting that she became a transcendent. It's explained that their fear is an instinctive surrender ingrained since the beginning of time. Realizing the situation, the swordsman yells for his friends to snap out of that trance immediately. However, the monster doesn't waste any time and attacks with a powerful blow towards the group. The impact of the attack shatters the stone floor and kicks up a huge cloud of dust. But our hero was fast and managed to save his two companions at the last second. He then wonders how he's going to fight that monster with only rookies by his side. Then, the young man remembers the sergeant's order that sent the three of them on this dangerous mission. With a furious look, he thinks that his superiors are a bunch of complete fools. He then gets up and decides to stop thinking, focusing only on defeating the creature. The young man convinces himself that at the end of the day, the monster's attack patterns aren't so different, so he prepares to hold his ground and get within the enemy's range to be able to attack. With that, the swordsman advances closer to the demon and aims for its vital points. The monster attacks with incredible speed, and the swordsman tries to defend against the blow, but he realizes his attack had no effect on the creature in front of him. With that, the demon attacks with a powerful strike, sending the young man flying. The protagonist flies through the air and hits the ground hard, getting badly hurt from the impact. He thinks his attack was perfect, but even so, he couldn't cut through the monster's skin. Down and injured, the young man wonders how he's going to defeat that thing. Then he remembers a deserting soldier and his sword with a strange design. The scene shows a dark-skinned elf showing off the weapon with a very confident smile. The soldier from the past says that a friend named Leo drew that on the sword for him. Back in the present, our hero is shocked as he understands the whole situation. He realizes that soldier didn't desert like everyone at the fort thought. The young man understands that the deserter was defeated, and the monster absorbed his strength. The deserter's sword is shown shattering tough defenses with ease in a vision. It's revealed that for a demon used to battles, and even worse things, the squad of Transcendents with zero combat experience is quite weak. The creature was just using them to relieve its long-held boredom. Then, the monster forms a large rock in its hand and prepares to attack again. Then it hurls a shower of sharp rocks toward the group of heroes. The new mage and the small dwarf are hit and thrown far away by the impact. With that, the two of them fall to the ground, seriously injured and unable to move. The monster watches the swordsman, who struggles to get up from the ground. Without wasting time, the creature charges full speed towards the fallen young man. It continues its powerful charge with the goal of taking out the protagonist. The two rookies watch in despair, and the elf girl laments the situation, but the new mage decides to act and begins to cast a dark magic spell. With that, the spell, Throne of Eternal Sleep, traps the creature with shadow chains. It's explained that just like archery, magic also requires a high level of concentration. Because of this, a spell cast while paralyzed by fear simply can't work properly, and the demon breaks the chains with ease. The creature then lets out a furious roar and glares at the two mages from a distance. The small dwarf looks at the scene and realizes this is an opponent they cannot defeat. The elf girl also comes to the same conclusion and is completely devastated by the situation. Seeing its chance, the monster charges full speed towards the two rookies on the battlefield. But our hero appears and manages to block the creature's attack with his sword. The young man thinks that he tried to cut the monster, but its skin is so tough he can only defend. The creature gives no rest and prepares an attack from above to crush the swordsman. The demon then attacks with a powerful punch that opens a crater in the stone floor. With the force of the impact, the protagonist is thrown back once again with no chance to react. On the ground, he realizes the power difference and thinks that to get through that thing's neck, its weakest point and the sword's strongest point need to line up perfectly. To have even the slightest chance of victory, their strategy needs to be perfect. But right now, the group is cornered and without many attack options. So the swordsman yells at his friends, asking if they want to be defeated there. He says that if they don't help him now, the whole group will go down without a fight. And with that, the troops waiting outside will also be completely wiped out. The young man asks them to think of nothing else and focus only on defeating the monster. With a serious look, the two rookies concentrate completely on the enemy before them. The protagonist then says that the worst that can happen is they all fall in battle. Their leader's words, spoken calmly and with a tone of resignation, actually made the new mage named Swan feel much calmer. She then remembers that to restrain a demon of that level, the only option is the Kalastrutra spell, but the spell's binding force gets weaker the farther it is from the ground. So when the monster's head is close to the ground, she needs to use all her mana. The swordsman thinks that it's hard to hit a stationary target, let alone one that moves quickly. The girl stays silent for a moment, thinking of a solution to the big problem. Suddenly, the elf girl has an idea and decides to test a very risky hypothesis. She understands that if inertia increases, the momentum that needs to be controlled also increases. With this, the mage asks the dwarf to cast a buff on just one of the enemy's legs. She yells that they have no other choice and asks her friend to hurry up with the spell. Without understanding, the small mage obeys, and the creature charges forward for another powerful attack. The small dwarf then decides to trust his friend and prepares to cast the spell. With that, he uses a physical strength enhancement buff with all the energy he has left. The magic hits the creature's leg head on, making it glow with a blue aura of power. At the same time, the new mage concentrates and waits for the perfect moment to cast her spell. With its lead strengthened, the monster tries to jump but ends up losing all its balance in mid-air. The creature is completely shocked, not understanding what's happening to its body. Unable to control itself, the demon then falls headfirst onto the ground with great force. Seeing the perfect chance, the elf girl yells that now's the time and starts casting her magic. She casts the Kalastrutra spell, which traps the creature with claws of dark energy. The protagonist is surprised because the rookie's risky plan actually worked. Completely exhausted, the girl calls out to her leader as she suffers from the strain of the spell. At that moment, she remembers a night when she watched the swordsman training alone. The scene shows the young man in his basic combat stance with his sword raised high. She used to wonder if that rock smashing technique was really useful in a real fight. Back in the present, the leader understands the mage's signal and prepares to use form number 1. He then raises his giant sword, ready to deliver the final blow to the tracked creature. Meanwhile, the small dwarf spends all his remaining mana on another enhancement spell, but this time, the strength buff goes entirely to our protagonist for the final attack. Impressed, the young man says he takes back what he said about them being just useless rookies. Then, empowered, he readies his technique and calls out his friends' names for the attack. The young man says that to have even the slightest chance of victory, their strategy needs to be perfect. With that, he praises his friends and prepares his basic sword technique for the final blow. The two rookies use all the energy they have left and yell with effort from the attack. Then the swordsman brings his sword down with all his might, using the Stone Crusher Strike technique. With a single blow, the monster's head is separated from its body and flies through the air. It's explained that all demons are connected through a shared consciousness. Because of this, the subordinate units can't act without orders from the main brain. History and records prove that the demons have declared the restart of the war. Elsewhere, the demon leaders gather and say that the ceasefire was temporary. A dark elf says that if they miss this moment, they won't have another chance to attack. Meanwhile, the Federation's troops march into battle under a heavy rain. Captain Rebecca says she asked for reinforcements, but the support probably won't arrive in time. A dark elf complains that the license system is going to end as soon as it started. Two soldiers panic, and one of them says he's very nervous about the situation. Suddenly, one of the men starts coughing and wonders what's happening. A purple ink-like mist spreads through the forest and passes the Federation's zone. An officer then desperately yells for all the soldiers to put on their protective masks. Even with the masks, the men are disgusted by that strange mist in the air. A canteen falls into a purple puddle and starts to bubble, showing that the liquid is dangerous. A soldier is then attacked by a slime monster that suddenly emerges from the ground. The soldier is caught by surprise and ends up being grabbed by one of those slime creatures. Next, monsters that look like giant lizards emerge from the mist, attacking the soldiers. In desperation, the commander yells for the infantry to form a defense phalanx immediately. With that, the frontline soldiers create a barrier with their shields and get ready. But a woman with wings appears from the sky and attacks one of the creatures with her sharp sword. She flies at high speed and aims for the monster's head for a quick and precise strike. With a precise movement, the warrior manages to easily slice off the creature's nose. Then she yells to the other soldiers that if they cut off their noses, the creatures will lose their sense of direction. Following the orders, the other soldiers begin to attack the monster's noses in the battle. It's explained that these demons rely heavily on their sense of smell and get disoriented without their noses. Just when the battle seemed won, two giant monsters emerge in the middle of the battlefield. A soldier screams in fear, saying that two huge creatures appeared there out of nowhere. The commander gets worried and says they have even less time than he had imagined. With that, he orders the Hapian squad to attack the monster on the left with everything they've got. At the same time, he tells the archers to focus all their attacks on the monster on the right. The arrows hit the creature, but don't seem to cause much damage to its thick hide. Even so, the monsters feel the attacks, and the defensive line begins to break. One of the giants raises its paw with sharp claws, ready to crush the soldiers. The creature attacks with a powerful blow and destroys part of the barrier with its strength. One of the mages in the rear is hit and ends up being dragged away by the monster's attack. An earth spell creates sharp stakes that rise from the ground to impale the enemies, but the white-haired mage manages to hold back the giant monster with his bare hands. Our hero then yells that he'll take care of the creatures and tells the others to use the ink mist. With that, the elf snaps out of his trance and remembers he needs to use the mist in the holes. The mage then prepares to cast the Vincent Savant spell with all his energy. He remembers that the sergeant sent only the 3 transcendents to the front line. With that, the elf releases a powerful wave of purple energy that spreads across the field. The group's leader says that after learning the attack pattern, responding is very easy, because the monsters instinctively react and defend against long-range attacks. So the young man realizes he just needs to get close to land a clean hit. His plan is to get close enough to cut the creatures down with a single attack. With that, the swordsman charges forward and cuts one of the giant monsters in half with his sword. Meanwhile, the rain continues to fall heavily on the blood-soaked battlefield. The 2 winged warriors prepare in the air and cross their swords for a combined attack. They then dive down and cut the second giant monster with an X-shaped strike. With that, the 2 warriors announce that both creatures have been successfully neutralized. The group leader then informs them that the combat is over and they will now cross the black bar. But the white-haired mage feels useless and thinks he couldn't do anything in the fight. The winged commander warns that after the black bar, it's officially demon territory. The young elf remains shaken as the group cautiously advances into the blood zone. The soldiers obey their orders as they cross the dangerous, rocky enemy territory. Just then, an elf in the rear guard notices she was wounded by shrapnel from the previous battle. She then uses healing magic on herself and complains that she didn't want to get a scar, but the winged commander scolds her and tells her to focus on healing the wounded fighters. Suddenly, a warrior in heavy armor is attacked by one of those lizard creatures. Unfazed, the woman fights back and destroys the monster with a single, extremely powerful punch. She then looks back with a very annoyed expression at the failure in the defensive line. The warrior scolds a soldier for letting the creature get past him and reach her. Watching the scene, the winged commander thinks that the attack team's composition isn't bad. However, she realizes that the effects of the ink mist are lowering everyone's stats. Even though she's far from the main brain, the leader understands that victory depends on the 3 transcendents. At that moment, another winged warrior spots the blood zone and points the group in the right direction. But a soldier yells in desperation because a swarm of demons is attacking from the rear. The commander then orders all the blue mages to prepare the World Tree spell. With that, the mages unite and begin to cast a large area of effect defense spell. The magic creates roots of blue energy that spread across the field and protect the soldiers. Then the leader orders everyone to block the demons. Access based on the phalanx formation. The roots of the magic tree move and trap the creatures trying to advance on the troops. The commander then turns to the protagonist, and he confirms that he understood her orders. She warns him that the defense won't last long, and the young man says he is aware of the situation. The commander yells for the mages to use all their mana on heals and buffs for the transcendents. She then asks if the 3 of them are ready, and they confirm with a war cry. With that, the leader tells the trio to advance, and they enter the darkness of the blood zone. The 3 youths' weapons glow brightly to light the way in the dark place. At that moment, the protagonist's sword activates its red cloud's breath function. The young man announces that his weapon's defense function has been activated to protect the group. He explains that the weapon's light will serve as a lantern and asks everyone to stay close to him. The white-haired mage responds, stammering, as he is still very shaken by the situation. The small dwarf is also terrified by the darkness and the pressure of that sinister place. But the trio's leader stays focused and thinks that in the end, this battle is his to fight. He understands that he needs to handle everything himself to protect his inexperienced friends. It's explained that he's in a terrible situation, leading rookies against the final enemy. The elf asks if there are no demons there, as the place is strangely quiet. The protagonist explains that the blood zone is the lair of the main brain's host. Because of this, that place is extremely protected, and no one can enter without permission. Suddenly, a giant monster with sharp teeth and a purple eye appears in front of them. The group leader then finishes his sentence, saying that's why the hosts are always alone. The two rookies are completely paralyzed with fear by the presence of that creature. The small dwarf starts to cry and says the monster is only a little bigger than the others, but the overwhelming pressure that the demon emanates shows that its power is much greater. The demon then unleashes all its power, becoming even larger and more muscular than before. The creature is now gigantic, and its intimidating presence dominates the entire area. The small dwarf screams in terror that the monster's size just doubled in an instant. Without wasting time, the demon attacks with its sharp claws, destroying the rocks on the ground. But the trio's leader smiles and tells his friends to get ready for the coming fight. With that, the monster swings its giant arm to try to crush the three heroes at once. Our hero then gets into position and prepares to defend against the blow with his greatsword. The impact of the attack is brutal and sends a shower of rock shards against the swordsman. Even with the immense force, he manages to hold back the blow, protecting his two companions. The creature is surprised to see that a mere human managed to stop its powerful attack. Then the young man unleashes a wave of energy and manages to repel the monster, sending them all flying, down and injured. The protagonist breathes with difficulty, but doesn't give up the fight. The white-haired mage is shocked and says, what his leader just did is unbelievable. The small dwarf also can't believe it, and stammers upon seeing that the great demon was pushed back. The swordsman remains on the ground, catching his breath after that superhuman effort. Suddenly, a strange piece of the monster's body falls to the ground in front of the group of heroes. The trio's leader then gets up and approaches to check what that item on the ground is. With a dagger, he cuts the organ, and a golden liquid starts to drip from inside it. It's explained that this is a Grothan's rib, a rare organ from high-level demons. The two rookies instinctively feel the powerful energy emanating from that special rib. The protagonist then tells himself that he needs to eat that rib no matter what. Without hesitation, he takes a big bite and swallows a piece of the demonic organ in front of him. It's explained that the resonance of that special part creates an uncontrollable desire in a person. Because of this, whoever has a compatible wavelength feels an urge to chew and swallow it. The rib's energy spreads throughout his body like a powerful electric current. He then realizes that this isn't a simple digestion like he initially thought. With a smile, the young man understands that this is actually a union of power with the rib. A dark and powerful aura surrounds his body, and he tests his newly acquired strength. The two rookies are completely shocked by their leader's demonstration of power. He stands up, and his presence is now much more imposing and stronger than before. It's explained that the proteins from the rib amplified his power to his body's limit. This means that the swordsman's combat power just tripled in a few seconds. And this is information that isn't even in the bestiary of known demons. He then says that the two of them must have also felt a wave of shared consciousness. The leader warns that the battles will get more brutal, but the reward is determined by contribution. Therefore, he decides that information about rewards should be shared within the squad. The swordsman then declares that this is their rule for surviving as transcendents. With a shout of determination, the two rookies agree with their leader's new rule. The white-haired mage thinks that his leader has a perspective that doesn't seem human. It's revealed that the protagonist already knew that in the future, he would have to face more than just battles. The narrator explains that war is not won with just swords and spears on the battlefield. He says the dirtiest part of it all are the political games played by those who remain hidden. The protagonist had already noticed the cowardice of his superiors, who stole his achievements. Meanwhile, the names of those who truly fought and shed their blood. The young man already felt that their names would be completely erased from the historical records. Elsewhere, an old man with an eye patch is attacked by a creature and thinks it's too late. Lying on the ground, he desperately wonders if he's going to go out in such a pathetic way. At that moment, he has a flashback and remembers an elf friend who refused to drink. He also recalls his friend, getting a big scolding from his wife because of him. Injured, the old man laments because he lived in a world full of regrets and pain. But even so, he gets up with a determined look and doesn't give up the fight. With that, the warrior charges forward and is surrounded by masked soldiers with sharp spears. One of the soldiers then observes the scene and yells that the demons are being defeated. Another elf adds, shocked, that the creatures are being completely annihilated. Seeing the victory, a winged warrior orders everyone to deactivate the protective barrier. With that, the purple swamp begins to disappear, and a glowing leaf falls to the ground. The warrior says that's a white cloud tree, proving there are no demons nearby. One of the elves celebrates and says the air in the place suddenly became clean with the victory. But suddenly, a giant and mysterious figure emerges in front of them in the middle of the mist. The elves look at the scene, completely shocked, and not understanding what is happening. The figure was actually our hero and his two companions emerging from the swamp's mist. An elf with a scar on his face thinks that he was prepared for the troops' total annihilation. With that, a flashback shows the members who survived the battle responding quickly to the attack, and this result was only achieved thanks to the efforts of the Transcendents led by Gate. With a smile on his face, the scarred elf thinks that those guys really achieved victory. The scene then shows the entire army celebrating the great achievement of the small group of heroes. At that, the protagonist spits on the ground in disgust, while being supported by an elf archer. A dark-skinned elf with white hair scoffs at the scene and calls the others brats. But the winged commander appears and scolds him for having his mouth full on the job. The swordsman then complains that his superior is making a big deal over nothing at the camp. He thinks that if they could enter the Bloodlands, they could easily destroy them all. The young man then realizes that the other soldiers haven't faced the enemy's main body. Because of this, the danger of the demon race doesn't seem real to the other soldiers there yet. Then the protagonist faces a woman who smiles, and the difference in their perspectives is shown. And they also didn't realize that this was a critical moment for the Federation's survival. A commander then orders the soldiers to start repairing the walls and building camps. A memorial is shown with 11 wounded, and 4 fallen in the last great battle against the monsters. An elf archer gets ready and thinks that now, sacrifices are completely unavoidable. With that, she fires an arrow that hits a purple energy monster on the battlefield. The elf then says they need to hurry and build the defenses because the monsters have returned. Atop the wall, 2 soldiers are talking, and one of them says that conquering the lands isn't the end. A commander then calls a soldier named Asen to help him with an important task, but the young man complains that he needs to move materials and that his knees are hurting a lot right now. Angrily, the old man yells that the big guys need to help and asks the protagonist to move the blocks. Then the swordsman picks up 2 giant stone blocks and carries them without any effort. The commander is completely shocked by his subordinate's absurd display of strength. Another soldier also watches the scene and is left speechless by what he just witnessed. The old man then asks if it isn't heavy, and the young man says it's pretty easy to carry. A female warrior asks if it's really not that heavy, and the commander tells her to try lifting the stone herself. Watching the scene, a young soldier understands that this is the true power of a transcendent. The protagonist then stares at the ruins and thinks that the entire continent once belonged to the Federation. He then looks to the side and thinks about the word Cunity. With a very suspicious look at that moment, an inspector named Norman arrives and announces a message from headquarters. The old man asks what he wants. As everyone there is very busy with construction, the messenger then reveals that the next batch of recruits has already received their new powerful weapons. The commander is surprised by the news and says that this was much faster than usual. With that, the soldiers become hopeful for the arrival of their successors on the battlefield. Our hero observes the situation and seems to be thinking about something very important at that moment. The messenger then salutes and prepares to return to his position in the camp. It is then revealed that from within the red clouds, the sacred weapons have finally appeared. The first sacred weapon revealed is the Decaphon Gauntlet, called Tear of Fury. At that moment, a soldier screams in desperation and confirms that the approaching troops are giants. With a smile on his face, the one-eyed commander says that this is great news for them. With that, a group of soldiers gathers and begins to laugh in a very malicious way. One of the warriors then smiles and thinks that his direct subordinate is finally arriving. He then clenches his fist and says that whoever the rookie is, he can consider himself a goner. With an insane look, the soldier finishes his sentence, saying he will show the recruit what a real nightmare is. The story takes us to a military training ground where an instructor is yelling at a bunch of recruits. Then, the white-haired man complains that these rookies from the giant clan are huge and noisy. Among them is recruit number 8, Goliath, a combat sambo champion, and we also have number 1, known as Titan. This is Titan, a muscular guy who is a 5-time decathlon champion and a world record holder. But the instructor isn't impressed and thinks these fancy titles are useless in a real war. With that, he wonders why a transcendent like him was sent to a boot camp at such a critical time and goes back to yelling. Meanwhile, an elf and a woman talk worriedly about how they're going to defend the front line by themselves. Elsewhere, a superior with an eye patch orders the instructor to handle the training of the giant clan's troops. The old man with the eye patch adds that it's more comfortable at the main base and that he should just get this new batch shipped out quickly. Our instructor realizes his superior is just afraid the blame will fall on him if something goes wrong. With no choice, the young man says that orders are orders and turns to leave. Just then, the superior calls him by his name, Maurice, as the young man walks away. Maurice then turns around with a smile and tells the elf to practice what he taught him. The elf gets all scared and stammers, saying he got the message from his superior. At that moment, the man with the eye patch looks at some papers and hopes those two can manage on their own. Outside, Maurice studies a paper and starts planning what he'll do on the first day. With a serious look, he tells someone to get out of the way so he can pass, and who appears is Goliath, now in armor, yelling for everyone to pay attention and complaining about the noise. She explains that the first day was supposed to be for rest, but a situation came up, and they'll have to do the exams now. The instructor then reveals that one of them will lift the Deca weapon and become a transcendent. The recruits get confused and start whispering about what this Deca weapon and transcendent could be. The woman then announces that the others will be sent to nearby units and must uphold the clan's honor. Maurice watches everything and thinks she's doing well, remembering that she practiced every night. He then sees a superior officer named Drenane who looks worn out and asks to be put out of his misery. This elf was transferred to the kitchen and is crying because the giant clan members eat too much. In desperation, he grabs Maurice, saying he'd rather fight demons than cook for 22 hours a day. Maurice then notices a cafeteria officer dragging a cook who tried to hide to avoid working. After that, an instructor tells everyone to form lines for the physical exam in the order their names are called. Some recruits crowd around a board to check the results of the physical exam that were just posted. Looking at the board, one of them comments that, based on the results, the candidates for Transcendent have been narrowed down to just 2. A chart shows the height and weight of Titan and Goliath, revealing that both are much larger than average. In the grip strength test, the guy also does slightly better than his direct rival. And even in the stone carrying challenge, the big guy manages to do more reps than Goliath. So, one of the recruits concludes that the two competitors are basically at the same power level. Meanwhile, Goliath is remembered as the great combat sambo champion in the open weight category. This gets the other recruits excited, wondering who will win the great showdown of the century. Recruit number 1 looks very serious and confident as he listens to the other soldiers' comments. A colleague tells the young woman that they're talking about her, but the fighter simply says to ignore them. However, one specific recruit gets annoyed because he thinks he and that other guy are in different leagues. Angrily, the man then walks toward the champion's group with a not so friendly look on his face. He then extends his bandaged hand to greet the girl, who watches him carefully. Next, the guy asks if she's Goliath and introduces himself with a confident smile on his face. The young woman confirms it's her and shakes the recruit's hand with a lot of force, showing her power. He smiles maliciously and says it's a great pleasure to finally meet her. The two shake hands with absurd strength, demonstrating their power to each other in that moment. One of the recruits watching the scene is surprised by the intensity of that handshake. Just then, the man asks what it's like to make money by getting paid to get beat up in exhibition matches. The girl becomes furious with the taunt and mentally curses the guy out because of the comment, but the recruit just laughs and says she handles the pain of that handshake very well. At that moment, another soldier appears to try and separate the two who were fighting on the first day. However, the provoker grabs his colleague and threatens him, telling him not to buzz around him or he'll get squashed. The fighter then warns him that if they were in a cage, he wouldn't even be able to move. The man just laughs scornfully at her threat and agrees in a very ironic way with her. He then turns and walks away with his group, leaving a very angry Goliath behind. Just then, a recruit named Baba comments that the guy seems disgusting and has a terrible personality. The bald guy says he's seen her fight and asks if she can sign his underwear, but she immediately refuses. He then suggests that she take that guy down during the next fight in the trench. The young woman becomes thoughtful at the suggestion and seems to consider the idea of fighting in the trench. Baba soon changes the subject to sweets, and the girl thinks that he talks too much for someone like him. Outside, an instructor makes the last call for anyone who needs to change their uniform size. In the repair room, Senior Officer Bronson talks to Morris about the new recruit uniforms. The young man agrees that with two celebrities enlisting, the superiors must have put in a lot of effort. He then remembers that his boss told the humans and dwarves to grab anything that fit. Then night falls, and a lights out warning is given throughout the camp for the recruits. In the barracks, the giant clan members complain that the sleeping bags are too tight. One of the recruits, named Baba, says he can't sleep because it's his first night there. He remembers his mother's advice to count to 100, but it only gave him a headache. Goliath, who is next to him, just thinks that this guy never stops talking about his mom. Suddenly, a voice from outside calls for recruit number 1, Titan, telling him to come out. The big guy gets up from his sleeping bag, confirming he understood the call he received. His rival stays awake and wonders if this might be some kind of special treatment. The man then leaves the barracks with a confident smile and a bluish glow around him. He then enters a room where one of his superiors was waiting for him for a talk. The man with the eye patch is signing a paper and asks what the recruit wants him to write. On the paper, we see the signature and a message wishing for Mr. Moe to be happy. The veteran then warns him that he may have been a hero out there, but here, he's just another recruit. The young man swears on the honor of his clan that he will dedicate himself fully to military training. The superior advises him not to make it obvious that the transcendent has already been decided and to get along with the others. The recruit then salutes as the man with the eye patch and Goliath leave the room. The veteran comments that the young man isn't arrogant and seems to be a good kid, and the woman agrees. But the fighter thinks that, if he's going to be her successor, she'll show him what hell is really like. Outside, two guards complain about having to escort a recruit so late at night. They arrive at the barracks and tell recruit number 1 to get up and go to the headquarters. The young man calmly drinks something from a mug before following the guards out. One of the guards gets annoyed with the delay and hurries him, asking if he's deaf. Just then, the big guy appears behind them and whispers that a bunch of nobodies are trying to act tough. The guard is startled by his presence and asks what the heck the recruit just said. The man then pretends nothing happened and says he said absolutely nothing to the two of them. Annoyed, the guard yells at him and challenges him to repeat what he just said. The recruit then yells back that he didn't say anything, with a scary face, intimidating the guard. The big guy continues to scream that he didn't say a single word with a terrifying fury. At this, the guards get terrified and ask what's wrong with him, and if he's gone crazy. The recruit thinks about how weak they are, and without a single coin in their pockets to support themselves. To him, these guys are nothing more than a bunch of human beggars with nothing to their names. The man then wonders what they're trying to do if they can't even understand their own position. The pair of soldiers is left speechless and one of them questions who he thinks he is to act like this. In his thoughts, the giant reinforces that the guards have no power or any kind of money. He continues his mental judgment, calling them useless trash from other races. The young man then questions what they're trying to do, if they don't even recognize their place. One of the soldiers gets angry and yells that this is insubordination against a superior officer. Out of patience, the recruit grabs the guard's face with his huge hand, silencing the man. He then lifts both soldiers by their faces and dares them to go report him to the superiors. The big guy says he's had enough of the military and that they can send him to prison. With a swift move, the man throws the two guards hard against the wall. The pair falls to the ground, breathless, as the giant stares them down with an intimidating presence. He just calls them idiots and leaves, slamming the door very hard. Outside a tent, a voice calls out the name of the recruit who just left. Inside, the man with the eye patch scolds the two soldiers who got roughed up. The superior questions why they are so jealous of the new member of the giant clan. The two soldiers are speechless as their boss asks if they have an inferiority complex. An explanation reveals that the giant clan is rare and very valuable to the army for their skills. Then the man with the eye patch tells the two to get out of his sight as the big guy watches everything. Just then, a barrack mate asks the giant what he's up to, and he denies it. With a sly smile, the recruit says he has a feeling things are about to get interesting. Far away in Groton, the elf practices his magic and wonders how his officer is doing. Meanwhile, at the main camp, Geit sees Baba, a giant recruit, hit his head on the door. In the cafeteria line, the big guy asks for more food, but the cook tells him to get lost. At that moment, Goliath appears and authoritatively tells the cook to hand her the ladle. The fighter then takes the ladle and serves herself an absurd amount of food on her tray. The cook is shocked by the scene and calls her a greedy fatty as she serves herself. Maurice asks a recruit about the things on his head, and he explains they are spider webs. With that, the instructor comments that being big has its disadvantages, but the recruit thinks there's a reason for it. Just then, two recruits comment on the instructor's fame, who took down two enemies at once, but one of them wonders why he is still just a senior officer and speculates about promotions. Hearing the conversation, Maurice sarcastically says that triple the pay and a lifetime pension aren't merits. The soldiers then debate the reliability of the pension but agree that the triple pay is a fact. They start discussing becoming a transcendent, and one of them says it's not for just anyone. Annoyed by the conversation, Titan stands up and ends up knocking over his colleagues' food trays. He then tells the two to clean up the mess themselves and walks away with a serious look on his face. The two recruits are left behind, not knowing what to do with the food spilled on the room's floor. From a distance, Baba watches the big guy leave and calls him a punk for his arrogant and rude attitude. Next, the bald recruit offers to take the trays, saying he was leaving anyway. His colleague Goliath questions him, saying he's too nice for cleaning up another recruit's mess. The fighter thinks for a moment and realizes that her colleague's accent is very different. Outside, an instructor announces that the next exercise will be pillar planting on site. Goliath explains that the task is to hit the demon-faced targets embedded in the cliff. She adds that they saw recruit number 1 demonstrate, and that they should do exactly as he did. One of the recruits is warned to be careful, as accidents happen every year in that place. The instructor yells that the targets are close and wonders how no one can hit them. Then, recruit number 8 is called and prepares, lifting a huge pillar without difficulty. With a war cry, the young woman hurls the pillar with absurd force toward the target. The pillar hits the center of the target with a devastating impact, shattering the stone wall. The other recruits are impressed by the scene and realize that it was actually possible. Titan, watching from a distance, gives a slight smile, seeming challenged by her strength. Baba then compliments Goliath's throw and asks where she's from because of her accent. He says he's from the north and asks if his accent is sexy, but she tells him to knock it off. The young woman asks if the north isn't where the Corona plague was currently spreading. The bald guy brags that his clan is immune to plagues, and that only inferior humans succumb. Goliath then questions if there really is a giant clan settlement in the place he mentioned. He gets flustered and says there are a good number of them there, and then he's called for the exercise. Then, recruit number 15 gets ready for his throw, lifting a giant pillar. With a powerful thrust, the big guy launches the pillar with all his might toward the target. But the throw goes wide, and the pillar looks tiny as it flies aimlessly through the sky. The instructor gets annoyed and asks if this is some kind of protest, and why he didn't even try to hit it. Just then, 2 recruits comment that in the end, only Goliath and Titan managed to hit the target. The big guy then smiles with contempt and calls all the other recruits idiots. The superior orders the recruit, who threw a tantrum, to sing a song, and he promptly accepts the order. The man then begins to sing a song about missing his dear mother. He continues the song, saying he's a terrible singer and calling himself a mama's boy. Titan finds the scene pathetic while the other recruits boo their colleague's performance. One of the recruits then comments to his friend how that giant is a total jerk. Far away, a guard complains that his boss, Moe, doesn't believe a word they say. The 2 soldiers agree that the giants are a closed-off group, and they just need to survive for 6 weeks. Suddenly, Titan appears at the door and surprises the 2 guards who were talking by themselves. He taunts them, asking why he hasn't been sent to prison yet, and if they ratted him out. One of the guards becomes furious and curses at the giant for his arrogant and mocking attitude. Elsewhere, Maurice carries a heavy bag and complains that his superior should be doing the work. The white-haired instructor then stops for a moment, sensing that something strange is happening. He turns around and sees Titan sitting on a staircase with another recruit beside him. And to his surprise, the 2 guards from before are tied up and shirtless, looking injured. The giant then dries himself with a towel, with the 2 tied up and fallen soldiers behind him. The scene cuts back to the recruits, commenting on the instructor's fame as a transcendent. At that, the giant gives a sinister and malicious smile as he watches the situation unfold. Maurice then approaches and asks what they are doing and why the guards are shirtless. One of the soldiers points at the giant and accuses him of being responsible for this whole mess. The big guy tries to hold back his laughter with a hand over his mouth, finding the whole situation very amusing. He then stands up and faces the instructor, saying he's heard a lot about him. The man introduces himself as Titan and says he came to introduce himself since he'll be joining the Transcendent Force. The instructor just stares at him with a serious look, his yellow eyes glowing intensely. The giant then extends his hand for a handshake, with the senior officer present there. With a confident smile, he says he's going to assess just how strong this so-called transcendent is. The 2 shake hands, and a powerful energy is released at the moment of their greeting. The big guy applies immense force, trying to crush the instructor's hand, who kneels. But the man is surprised because the officer doesn't seem to be reacting to his show of power. The silver-haired young man then calmly asks what he thinks he's doing there. He stares at him with a sinister smile, his yellow eyes glowing menacingly. Maurice then shows his true strength and asks if that was what the giant was trying to do. The big guy is in shock from the pain, and his expression changes completely from confident to terrified. He then lets out a scream of pure agony as his hand is crushed by the instructor's strength. Maurice's gaze darkens as he questions what the recruit is doing. Then the instructor shows his true strength, crushing the giant's hand with a smile. With that, the big guy lets out a scream of pure pain, feeling his bones being crushed. Completely shocked, he wonders what kind of guy that superior officer is. On his knees, the recruit can't believe the absurd strength his instructor just showed. Maurice then glares at him with a dark aura and tells him to keep up his little act. The giant begs with a tearful voice for his superior to finally let him go, but the officer just scoffs, telling him to keep showing off, while the other one screams. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the recruit pleads to be let go because he can't take the pain anymore. After a while, the white-haired man releases the rookie, who falls to the ground, drained of strength. The veteran then explains that when people flatter him, he thinks he's the big shot, but the officer says he's nothing special and that he knows his type all too well. He continues, saying the young man is just a coward who tests others to feel strong. Maurice calls him a pathetic fool and asks if he's not embarrassed now. The instructor warns him to stop with the little games, or next time it's going to end badly for him. The two guards comment that the transcendent strength in words are insane. Titan stays on the ground with his injured hand, and a look of pure rage and humiliation. Right after, a new chapter of the Manhwa begins with a different name. The scene changes to other soldiers working and complaining about the orders of someone named Gaido. Then we see a combat arena where whoever gets pushed out or gives up loses. Titan, still angry, bumps into a colleague and tells the idiot to get out of his way. His rival, Goliath, watches the scene and comments that he must be stressed about the fight. At that moment, an instructor announces the next trench combat match. The big fight is announced between Baba, a giant, and David, who is much smaller. The short guy thinks he needs a strategy to overcome the size difference. He then gets inspired by a hunting hamster and says that fighting is all about momentum. With that, David charges forward with everything he's got, but his opponent just dodges, and he goes flying out. The smaller fighter is left in the air, completely confused about what just happened. The other recruits mock him, but the big guy says they can say whatever they want. He then becomes mesmerized by the nature around him, completely at peace. One of the recruits gets excited and says he can't miss such an important fight. At that moment, the next match is announced between Goliath and Titan, who stare each other down. With a swift move, the female fighter manages to knock her opponent backward. She then applies a body lock on him, and he growls in pain from the pressure. But the giant manages to break free, and the two get up to continue the fight. Hungrily, Titan shows all his strength by flexing his enormous muscles. He then prepares a powerful blow, releasing a great wave of energy in his thoughts. The big guy curses both his rival and the instructor, Maurice. His muscles get even more tense as he prepares for the next attack. The two competitors trade brutal blows with incredible force. The impact sends both of them to opposite sides of the trench combat arena. Without wasting any time, the specialist charges at her opponent once again. They clash one more time, and the recruit curses in frustration in the middle of the fight. The other soldiers watch in shock, commenting that they aren't stopping to rest. The crowd goes wild with the intense fight happening in the arena. It's explained that the battle between strength and technique has been going on for 2 hours straight. The big guy provokes the fighter, telling her to give up because she's going to pass out. But she replies that if he's tired, he's the one who should get out of there. With a determined look, the young woman says she can keep fighting all night. Titan remembers his humiliation and warns that he's going to take his bad mood out on her. The girl scoffs at his threat and challenges him to try and hurt her. The giant then remembers the instructor's words and becomes furious at the taunt. With a confident smile, the fighter just agrees in a very sarcastic way. In a blur of speed, the two rush forward for another direct confrontation. With a violent impact, the fighters grapple in the center of the trench. The big guy smiles, thinking that her strength is nothing special. Suddenly, he's surprised when the specialist uses a throwing technique. With an agile move, the girl manages to flip him over her shoulder. A soldier shouts that Goliath landed the throw and questions if she has the advantage. But the fighter says it's not over yet because one throw doesn't win the match. On the ground, the giant admits his rival has technique, but in the end, it's all about strength. He then uses his raw power to lift her, saying all he has to do is throw her out. The other recruits are shocked by his strength, saying it's on another level. With that, the big guy spins with the specialist on his back, ready to throw her. But the fighter doesn't panic and seems to be thinking of a quick counter attack. Suddenly, she catches him in a chokehold, and a red dragon aura appears. At that moment, an instructor watches the fight next to a large hourglass. The woman then announces the end of the fight and declares a draw between the two competitors. The specialist laments with her head down, thinking it was so close. Her rival is also on his knees, exhausted and panting after the intense fight. The other soldiers watch the scene, impressed by the outcome of the combat. Suddenly, the instructor yells furiously because the giant didn't stop fighting. The big guy continues to choke his rival, who thinks it's all over for her. With a hateful glare, he tells the girl to shut her mouth and be gone. But a mysterious voice catches his attention in the middle of his rage. It was Maurice, the superior officer, who tells the recruit to stop that immediately. The giant turns in surprise, but doesn't release the fighter from his deadly grip. After a moment of hesitation, he finally lets the girl go, and she falls into the water. All the other rookies watch the scene in silence, completely tense. The instructor is annoyed because he ignored her, but obeyed the superior officer. The big guy looks down, cursing in anger for being interrupted. He thinks he'll turn the tables once he gets a powerful deca weapon. The rivalry between the two prodigies continues without a definitive resolution. Finally, the morning of the ceremony arrives, and a soldier asks for the weekly cards. An officer collects the cards and comments that the 6 weeks flew by. A recruit recalls that it was a nightmare at first, but then they got used to it. The specialist agrees and says it feels like the first day was just yesterday. The bald guy tells her he thinks she'll get first place in the scores, but the girl thinks she's in the middle of the pack, while Titan watches from a distance. Outside a room, the final score of the giant recruits is posted. The instructors look at the final scoreboard, and Maurice is shocked by what he sees. The results show that the two main competitors tied in points for the evaluation. The veteran asks if this has ever happened before, and she confirms it's a first in history. But Maurice doesn't care, because in the end, the sacred weapon is the one that chooses its wielder. The scene takes us to the deca weapon extraction site in a mountain pass. The man with the eye patch then announces that the ceremony will be quick and calls the two forward. Titan shows his rival, saying he'll go first to save her the trouble in the end. The fighter isn't fazed and tells him to go on with his little show by himself. Maurice tells the candidates to warm up and get ready for the weapon extraction. With a determined look, the giant thinks he's finally going to get the sacred weapon. The deca weapon is a huge, shield-shaped gauntlet stuck in the stone ground. He thinks that as soon as he becomes a transcendent, he'll settle the score with everyone. However, something unexpected happens at that moment of great expectation. The big guy uses all his strength, but the weapon doesn't move a single inch. The instructor wonders what's going on but says there's still hope. Desperate, the recruit puts in even more effort, yelling that the weapon has to come out. The other soldiers comment in shock, wondering if the great Titan really failed the mission. A voice announces the failure of the extraction, but the young man refuses to leave his spot. At this, Maurice gives him a cold stare and tells the punk to get out of there. As he walks away, the other recruits mock him, saying he isn't qualified. With that, everyone starts praising Goliath, saying she's perfect for the position. The officer then calls the specialist, but she also fails and is left confused. The other rookies are completely shocked and can't believe what they're seeing. The fighter is devastated and wonders who will be the chosen one if they both failed. At that moment, the superior officer turns to another recruit with an apologetic look. One of the soldiers remembers a rare rule about extra points for taking down a demon. The scene shows a flashback of recruit number 15 getting ready for a throw. He then throws the stone pillar with all his might, but completely misses the target. At that moment, the big guy had just made his clumsy throw, and it's revealed that his pillar ended up hitting a wild demon by accident. Maurice is shocked by the revelation and looks at the scoreboard, completely surprised. With the extra points, recruit number 15 reaches the minimum score for extraction. The veteran then calls the young man forward, and he is totally confused. Bobo is bewildered and stammers as he presents himself for the extraction ceremony. The man with the eye patch then orders him to attempt the extraction of the sacred weapon. One of the soldiers doubts that the weapon would choose a spoiled guy like him. The bald guy then approaches the weapon with a serious and determined expression. He closes his eyes and concentrates fully before trying to grab the weapon. At that moment, he has a flashback to when he was just a baby in the snow. The young boy was abandoned in a basket on a cold and lonely night. A woman found him and wondered who could abandon such a small baby. She picked him up and noticed that he was smiling, not even crying from hunger or cold. The baby tried to babble the word, "Ba," and it melted the woman's heart. Older now, he remembers how his adoptive mother never let him go hungry. The scene shows the sick woman in her bed, apologizing for not being able to do more. Even though she's weak, she says she still wants to hear him call her Mum. one more time. The young man stays by her side with an expression of deep sadness and pain. With his eyes full of tears, he remembers his mother's wish. An immense feeling of loss overwhelms his chest in that moment. A single tear of pure longing and sadness rolls down from his eye. Heartbroken, he cries out his mother's name, begging her not to go. Tears stream down his face as he calls for her desperately. He sobs, pleading for her not to leave him alone in the world. In her final moments, the woman says she loves him and calls him her baby. She remembers that his silly babbling was her greatest gift in life. When he laughed, she felt like she had everything she needed in the world. She advises him to always smile, even if she's no longer there for him. The woman calls him her bright and cheerful little chatterbox before saying goodbye. She teaches him that happiness comes from laughing, not the other way around as many think. With a final breath, she makes a promise with her son and says her farewell. He wonders why she protected him even though so frail and sick. In a flashback, the woman defends him from bullies who hurt him in the snow. Even with her hands hurt by the cold, she would sew clothes for him. He remembers that she always made sure he had gloves and shoes. The other children excluded him for being different and much bigger than them. He wonders why he was born so big and clumsy to others. The young man also questions why he was so strong and resilient since he was a child. The scene shows his hair being cut with a knife by his mother. He remembers her coughing and sick, but always taking care of him with affection. The young man doesn't understand why she was so weak and he was so strong. He questions why she took him in and raised him, even though they were so different. The scene shows the baby babbling happily in his adoptive mother's arms. The bald guy thinks they weren't a real family because he was a giant. In a moment of anger, he yelled at her, telling her to stop pretending. He regrets that she suffered and was cursed because of him. The woman would say it wasn't his fault, as everything happened because of the plague. He doesn't understand why she did all of that if she was going to leave him alone in the world. In her last moments, she says that this might be her last day alive. He wonders why she would leave him alone after everything they've been through. With tears in his eyes, he thanks her for being his mother all this time. With that, he promises that he will smile every day to honor her memory. He says he will always smile when he thinks of her, no matter the situation. In a final request, he asks that in the next life, she be his mother again. He says goodbye to her at the grave and leaves flowers in her honor. The bald guy walks away from the grave and says farewell to his mother. Back in the present, a colleague comments that he's smiling to himself again. Another soldier asks what good thing happened for him to be smiling all the time. He replies that he doesn't smile because he's happy, but to feel happy. With a huge grin, he declares that he becomes happy because he always smiles. The instructors look at him, completely shocked by his attitude. Titan is shocked as a colleague, says the bald guy is smiling to himself again. Suddenly, the gauntlet of fury glows, and the weapon extraction is a success. With that, the mama's boy becomes the army's newest confirmed transcendent. Far away, Gate takes care of horses and thinks the next host will be a beast type. The swordsman then wonders if Maurice is following his orders properly. He thinks the squad needs to rank up fast to gain more influence. At that moment, a hand grips a piece of fabric tightly, preparing for a journey. Already in full armor, Baba says he's ready, but that the situation is strange. The group leader tells him to go on ahead because the carriage is cramped. The rookie agrees, and his superior thinks the travel bag looks small on him. The carriage then begins its long journey through a forest at night. Inside the transport, we see the rookie next to the leader while the others rest. The swordsman says they are traveling at night due to the urgency of the mission. The bald guy replies that he's fine and can't sleep with his superior awake. A bit awkwardly, the big guy asks the instructor if he can ask a question. The veteran corrects him, telling him to call him officer, and asks what he wants. The young man questions why an officer like him trained a group of only giants. Gate asks if he was offended, and the rookie desperately denies the accusation. The superior explains that no one knew the manual, and Moe practically forced him. He continues, saying that the headquarters will get farther and farther from the front. This means that neither he nor the rookie will return to the base until the end of the war. With that, they will never return to the enlistment headquarters again. The leader doesn't know if this is a good thing but welcomes Baba to the squad. With a smile, the giant thanks him and promises to do his best for the team. The swordsman just watches him with a serious look and says it's all right. In his thoughts, the veteran knows that the pressure from the demons will increase. The scene shows us some demons with a look of pure evil and fury, but he believes that the small squad from the Bloodlands will get stronger. The leader promises himself that he will secure his team's place in the army. With a determined look, he vows that their achievements on the battlefield will not be in vain. The bald guy is drooling while holding a large sack, seeming to be in a deep sleep. A small colleague scolds him for sleeping, while the veteran drives the cart. Baba then gets up and says he'll get it together, while the little one tells him to follow. They arrive at Groton Gop, and the giant comments on the bad air near enemy territory. It's revealed that the new Transcendents, Gate and Baba, have arrived at the outpost. A map shows the Federation's advance, which is now in the recaptured area of Groton. A sentry log reports 3 high-class beast-type demons in the area. The scene then shows as the temporary camp on the Groton front line. In a room, the big guy is sitting awkwardly while a small elf folds a cloth. The giant asks if the little one needs help, but he says it's fine. With that, the bald guy continues to sit uncomfortably with the strange situation. A white-haired woman calls the little one, who says he will go to the temporary headquarters. But the elf asks him to wait, and the little one agrees to his superior's order. She is checking some notes about a ment-sense system. The little one asks if the code has to do with breathing, and she confirms his suspicion. She then explains that it's a purification spell to resist the swamp gas. Back in the room, the giant is alone, looking quite bored with the free time. Suddenly, he senses someone's presence, and his hand clenches in alert. A dark elf appears and tells the rookie to come with him for a chat. He asks if the giant knows who he is, and the bald guy shakes his head no. The elf brags about his role in the defense of Wurgle and says he's a dark elf. He continues, saying he's a dark knight from a noble family. The veteran looks down on him, saying that in society, he couldn't even look at him. He then asks questions about the bald guy's family and asks for the password of the day. The dark elf laughs in the giant's face, who looks very uncomfortable with it all. At that moment, they both sense a presence, and the elf pretends not to be scared. A voice calls the rookie, asking what he's doing there with a child. The superior puts him on wall repair duty, and he just agrees. He hands a small notebook to the elf, telling him to memorize the rules. The veteran explains that Transcendents don't need handkerchiefs for the swamp. The little one points to the soldiers and tells Baba to join them in building the wall. 2 warriors complain as they struggle to carry a heavy wooden block. At that moment, the giant appears, carrying a huge stone with no effort at all. One soldier explains that he's the new Transcendent, and the other is shocked by his size. With a serious look, the giant rookie waits for orders from his superiors there. Then a veteran with a top-knot confronts him and yells at him to pay attention. He criticizes him for smiling and for saluting him while carrying the stone block. The soldier then tells Gate to train his junior, or they'll be in trouble in the war. The man with the top-knot watches the 2 walk away and wonders why it wasn't Titan. He also questions if it's possible for a human like Gate to lift a block like that. From a watchtower, an officer advises the protagonist to work carefully. Elsewhere, a white-haired elf is approached by another woman in the camp. The newcomer thinks that the veteran Jera is a mage who ruins everyone's mood. The superior complains about an elf, saying he should have perished in the Bloodlands. With his head down, the white-haired young man just apologizes for his slowness. Angrily, Jera threatens him, saying she'll hurt him if he apologizes again. In his thoughts, the young man realizes he's in a no-win situation and thinks, checkmate. The veteran taunts him, asking if it's that difficult, and he remains silent. She then gets annoyed with the silence, and he tries to apologize one more time. Out of patience, the mage grabs his head with her dark and threatening hand. The white-haired girl is completely embarrassed and ashamed by the scene. With a look of pure contempt, the elf curses him under her breath in the middle of the courtyard. At that moment, An announcement from the administration echoes throughout the military camp. All Transcendents and the Harpy in support are summoned to the commander's office. An archer hears the call and comments that it's good to have a meeting of Transcendents. Jera smiles maliciously, thinking she'll have many people to bother. She then turns to the elf and tells him and the other guy to get out of her sight. The archer approaches the young man and asks if he's okay after the scolding. She comforts him, saying that Jera always picks on the rookies, but soon moves on to a new target. He thanks her for the help, and the archer thinks the rookie has a very strong mind. The scene takes us to the company commander's office for a meeting. There, they discuss that the demons don't leave the swamp zone, but are still dangerous. Gate thinks that any territory of a demon host turns into a large swamp. Alongside Baba, he observes the creatures that appear from time to time in the area. It's explained that those are Wurgles, the source of the swamp gas discharge. The giant keeps looking at the swordsman, who notices his new colleague's gaze. With that, the veteran tells the rookie to just ask his questions already. The bald guy then points to some purple fruits and asks if he can eat them. The swordsman reveals that they are Wurgle eyes, and the giant screams in disgust. Babo understands that the bad smell there is the gas that the creatures emit, but he finds the swamp smell more bearable than he imagined. It's revealed that the Deco weapon purifies the air around a Transcendent. Meanwhile, the elf Jera continues to bother the white-haired young man. She holds a hair tie and asks if he's messing with her. The veteran criticizes him for making her fetch a hair tie for him. The young man thinks that he's been at this endless repetition of tasks for an hour now. Jera then tells him to go to the barracks to get her hair tie, and he obeys. In the room, the young man doesn't find anything and decides to bring his own for his superior. With a frustrated look, he wonders what that woman wants from him. It's revealed that the area's host is Haka, a beast-type demon. He commands 2 subordinates and is a hunter who exploits enemy weaknesses. Haka is known for being the demon that caused the most human casualties in history. In the meeting, the commander says that besides Haka, his 2 minions are a problem. She explains that the defenses were successful because the demons avoid their own smell. With the veterans back, the operation against the host will begin in 4 days. It's said that Haka is aggressive and doesn't stay put in the bloodlands like the others. Therefore, the commander warns that there's a high chance of a large-scale battle. The battlefield won't be in the bloodlands, but on the plains in front of the post. Tactically, the protagonist understands that it will be a major defensive battle. The winged commander confirms the plan with a serious and determined look. The commander says that archers and knights with lances will be useful in the battle, and the harpies, who can attack and retreat quickly, will also be crucial. But she warns that the 3 bosses are too fast for ranged attacks. So the leader declares that only the Transcendents can handle the threat. With a war cry, all those present confirm they understood the order. Gate thinks that their top priority is to match the enemy's speed. It's revealed that Baba, Morris, and Swan will form a team to take care of the 2 subordinates. Meanwhile, the swordsman will be in charge of facing the boss, Haka alone. With a confident look, he declares that he will defeat the demon with his own strength. A bestiary explains that the beast Wurgle is faster, but has less firepower. In the mess hall, Baba eats happily, thinking that the food on the front lines is great. He thinks the rations are better than civilian food, and eats with great gusto. The small elf asks if he's enjoying it, and the giant says it tastes homemade. Gate reminds him that he tried to eat a Wurgle eye, and Baba gets embarrassed. After the meal, they are ordered to assemble at the entrance to the Bloodlands. Over there, the swordsman explains that normal troops hate that dangerous place. He remembers that in the last battle, when they took down the host, the others vanished. The scene shows a flashback of the previous battle against the demon hordes. A diagram shows that taking down Groton ends the fight, but now it's different. It's explained that even if they take down Haka, only the smaller entities will disappear. The boss's 2 subordinates, named Jaka and Raka, will remain in the battle. The veteran warns that the 2 are not affected by their leader's demise. A soldier asks why not take down Haka first, and the swordsman smiles. With that, Gate says that's their job, and that they trained for this. The mage thinks that even though she's scared, she'll have to fight the powerful enemy. She then looks at Baba and wonders how he can be so calm. The young woman approaches him and asks if he's okay, or if something is bothering him. The giant doesn't understand. Since he has food, a bed, and a good salary in the army, he just complains that the soup is a bit tasteless, leaving the mage confused. Gate tells the others to get some sleep, because they will train to synchronize the next day. The commander sits at her desk to plan the strategy for the next battle. With a serious look, she thinks that the current situation is very delicate and dangerous. The swordsman talks with Captain Rebecca, asking for her help in the upcoming operation. He reminds her of her crucial role in the success of the operation 4 years ago. The commander thinks that Gate shouldn't end his career as a common soldier. Suddenly, a soldier enters the room and calls for the captain with urgency. The leader turns and asks, "What is happening at this time of night?" With this, the Harpies are shocked, as they no longer need to worry about the gas. Outside, the small elf Morris begins to cast the purification spell. With his staff, he recites the magic words, Aroma Nasus Muse. The mint breath spell activates, creating a large wave of blue energy. The magic spreads throughout the camp, purifying the air for the soldiers. Everyone celebrates because they can breathe without the cloths, and the smell is pleasant. The captain observes the soldiers' relief and thinks about the psychological impact of this. Even with no time to prepare, she will use the spell to boost the troops' morale. The leader plans to motivate the soldiers before fear and anxiety can hit them. Get praises Morris for the good work, and the small elf responds with a high-es, "Sir." The young mage hopes that his help will contribute to his colleague's promotion. The captain takes flight under the full moon, preparing for the battle to come. She transforms into her harpy form with sharp talons and enormous wings. With a powerful cry, she gets the attention of all the troops in the camp. Everyone looks up at the sky as the leader flies majestically above them. She declares that the swamp gas can no longer stop them from advancing. The soldiers cheer, shouting that they can now breathe freely in battle. Ribel, leader of the Harpies' mobile platoon, observes the swamp's advance. He reports that the gas has crossed the walls and spread throughout the entire outpost. The captain is shocked and furious at the unexpected and alarming news. Atop the wall, 3 figures observe the advance of the purple, glowing gas. It's revealed that the swamp and the creatures have already breached the fortifications. A harpy points to a distant hill where the enemies are gathering. The 3 main demons, Haka and his 2 minions, are at the top of the hill. Rebel warns that at this rate, the temporary walls won't hold until dawn. With that, Captain Rebecca orders all soldiers to prepare for battle. She wonders what went wrong, as they were supposed to have 4 days of safety. It's explained that the mucus of the beast Wurgles is more abundant and less viscous. As a result, even inside the walls, the breathing conditions are not safe. Ribel confirms that the number of clots is fine, but they are wearing out. An archer orders all Federation forces to arm themselves and assemble. The veteran Harpy approaches the archer with a serious and worried look. He reminds her that she's not a transcendent and asks if she'll be okay without a cloth. The archer says she's fine because Morris cast a breathing spell on them. The veteran then calls for the small elf, who presents himself with an excited shout. He explains that the spell's algorithm needed testing on normal soldiers. The captain asks about the duration of the buff, and the small elf smiles confidently. He reveals that he used an organ resonance code to make the flow permanent. A diagram shows the hierarchy of the demons, with Haka at the top and the others below. Haka's 2 subordinates, Raka and Jaka, are shown with their eyes glowing. One of the demons roars with its sharp teeth, and drool drips from its mouth. The commander then orders the gates to be opened for the battle to begin. The soldiers prepare with serious and determined expressions on their faces. With the gates open, the commander explains that the demons will enter the fortress. They will maintain a wing formation to surround the enemies that advance. The leader orders everyone to concentrate fire on the demons and destroy them completely. With a war cry, she declares that this will be the beast's graveyard. Raising her sword to the moon, she says that glory awaits them in battle. All the soldiers shout in unison, raising their weapons to the sky. The Transcendents get ready, with Morris and Baba looking nervous about the situation. With a confident smile, Gate prepares with his sword and shield in hand. He then gives the order, and the large wooden gates begin to open. With the gates open, a horde of demons and Wurgles charges inside. The two large wolves, Raka and Jaka, face off, snarling in the middle of the battle. One of the wolves attacks with its huge fangs, drool dripping from its mouth. Behind them, the boss Haka roars with all his might, leading the attack. The horde of creatures advances with an impressive and terrifying speed. The battle begins with the harpies and soldiers fighting bravely against the monsters. The Federation forces in a wing formation fire upon the legion of demons. It's explained that the situation is favorable because everything is following the commander's tactics. An archer orders her comrades to adjust their aim and fire a volley. A shower of arrows flies through the sky towards the advancing enemies. A large Wurgle is hit by several arrows, but remains standing and roaring. A smaller creature charges to attack the archer, who prepares to defend herself. With a quick move, she uses her bow to strike the monster's head. She remembers her intense training, wondering what it means to draw a bow. A harpy flies at high speed, cutting down enemies with its talons and wings. Soldiers with shields form a barrier to hold back the creature's advance. The commander observes that more than half of the enemy force has already entered the fortress. She thinks it's the ideal moment for the Transcendents to advance in the battle. The leader then shouts the name of the special squad for them to begin their attack. With the order given, the group of heroes prepares to advance on the battlefield. Together, they run into the middle of the fight with a powerful war cry. The scene shows a top-down view of the battle with the heroes in the midst of the chaos. The swordsman cuts down enemies with his greatsword, clearing a path. Baba uses his Deca weapon to smash the creatures with his raw strength. Gate yells for the others to follow him, as he and Baba will clear the way. He reminds them that the priority is to get to Haka as quickly as possible. With the first advance successful, the team of heroes prepares for the next one. They leap together amidst a wave of dark and powerful energy. Outside the gate, they regroup, and Gate declares that the target is the boss. With a determined look, he yells for them to advance and hopes for the mission's success. From the wall, the archer watches the heroes advance and wishes for their victorious return. She worries about Baba, as this is his first real battle. On the battlefield, the team of Transcendents clears a path through the monsters. The mage is impressed with Baba, who doesn't hesitate to fight despite being a rookie. With steady steps, the group continues to advance towards their objective. The narrator informs us that they are 500 yards from the boss, Haka. The distance shrinks to 300 yards as they run without stopping. Just 100 yards from the target, the swordsman smiles, determined to win. Finally, they make contact with the great demon, who glares at them with hatred. Haka's eyes glow with a distorted light, and he bares his teeth. With a sinister smile, the demon boss prepares to attack the heroes. The swordsman also prepares for the confrontation with a look full of fury. Haka's 2 minions attack the protagonist, who defends against the double blow. The impact throws him backward, leaving him with a wound on his shoulder. The two wolves snarl at the warrior, preparing for a new attack. From a distance, the boss Haka watches the fight with his two subordinates by his side. At that moment, the mage conjures a powerful spell, her staff glowing, with the words, "Briar Grab." She launches a wave of purple energy at the wolves. The spell traps the two creatures with energy claws that erupt from the ground. The protagonist is impressed by the speed of his colleague's spell. Baba notices that one of the wolves is coming his way and gets ready. With a powerful blow, he manages to hit the monster's head with his weapon. The giant comments that he landed a direct hit with a single lucky shot. The mage thinks that Baba's simple personality translates into courage in a fight. The swordsman smiles, thinking that he also has a talent for combat. He then remembers the tank and buff combo that Morris can do. With his staff glowing, the small elf increases his colleague's defense. He then shouts the magic words, Pudnus Maximus, releasing his energy. A blue aura with glowing butterflies surrounds Baba's body, increasing his power. The giant is impressed with the buff and thinks that maybe they can win. With a focused gaze, the swordsman analyzes the situation and prepares to attack. He moves to the left, positioning himself for a precise and powerful strike. With a swift movement, he delivers a great slash with his sword at the enemy. The trail of his strike creates a wave of energy that cuts through the air with speed. He prepares for another attack, holding his weapon firmly in his hands. With a confident smile, the protagonist gets ready to face the great demon. Haka roars with all his might, showing his sharp teeth to the warrior. The swordsman then dodges an attack and prepares to counter. He realizes that even with his high stats, it's difficult to control the sword. The difference in speed is so great that cutting the monster seems impossible. The protagonist stands still in the middle of the battlefield, analyzing the enemy. He is then surprised to see that the demon boss is already behind him. With a quick reflex, he manages to block the attack with his sword. Haka bites the blade with his strong teeth, trying to break it with his strength. The warrior doesn't flinch and faces the monster with a look of pure determination. He then uses the enemy's force to propel himself to a nearby rock. With this, he manages to escape the attack and reposition himself in the air. Haka roars in frustration upon seeing that his opponent managed to escape his trap. The demon then prepares a new attack with its sharp and powerful claws. The protagonist is thrown far by the force of the blow and falls through the air. His companions shout his name, worried about the dangerous situation, but he manages to drive his sword into the rock and hold on to keep from falling. With a shout, he tells his friends to forget about him and focus on the other enemies. The two wolves charge to attack the mage and the small elf, who prepare themselves. The young woman then casts a powerful spell called Throne of Eternal Sleep. A wave of dark energy emerges from the ground, but fails to stop the wolves. The mage is shocked because the creature's physical speed is too high. The two demons advance rapidly towards the two defenseless mages. With a war cry, Baba jumps in front and blocks the attack with his body. The mage is paralyzed with fear upon seeing the scene and is unable to react. In a flashback, an elf explains the tactic of dark magic in certain situations. He says the best strategy is to make the enemies fight each other with confusion. In the present, the two wolves snarl at each other, ready for an attack. The mage asks Morris for help, and the small elf shouts at her to hurry up and say it. She asks him to silence the wolves, because the confusion only works in silence. The young mage understands the plan and prepares to cast the spell. With a large circle of blue energy, the three are enveloped by the magic. The spell creates a wave of energy that expands across the entire battlefield. It's revealed that they used a field resonance to block their senses. In a flashback, the protagonist learns that strength buffs are short-lived. This is because biological tissue tends to return to its original state. The swordsman then plans for Morris and the others to take care of the two wolves, but he realizes that if they stay near the mage, they will lose a lot of mobility. With that, he decides that the best option is to strengthen the blade of his sword. The small elf is confused and asks if just strengthening the weapon will be enough. The veteran places a hand on the young man's head and says his role is very important. He then turns to face Haka alone, trusting in his sword's buff. In the present, the silence spell spreads across the battlefield. With that, the mage says everything is ready and prepares for her magic. Babo is surprised because the sound of the battle suddenly disappeared. The small elf looks at the mage, confused, not understanding what's happening. He explains that he silenced all sounds except for his colleague's voice. Stuttering, the young woman confirms she understood and prepares for the spell. She concentrates her energy into her staff, creating a sphere of pink light. With her breath, she freezes the surface of her staff's crystal. Next, she draws the symbol of a snake's tongue on the sphere. With the spell ready, she recites the magic words to activate it. A dark aura envelopes the mage and spreads towards the two wolves. The spell amplifies their mutual hatred, causing them to fight each other. The two wolves attack Baba, who defends himself with his protected arms. With a violent impact, one of the wolves bites the other's head with force. The two creatures begin to fight each other in an uncontrolled fury. The small elf celebrates the spell's success and praises his mage colleague. Suddenly, Baba grabs the young mage upside down and holds him. The giant says they will follow the plan and carries the small elf with him. He then looks up at the sky and sees the commander flying towards him. Captain Rebecca descends from the sky with a serious and determined expression. The giant then throws the small elf upwards with all his strength. The young mage flies through the air, screaming in fear from the speed of the launch. The commander catches him in mid-air and holds him tight as she flies at high speed. The swordsman remembers his conversation with the captain about needing her help. He explains that the amplification tower is only reachable by flight, and the only person who can carry out the mission is Rebecca, who survived the storms. With that, the captain accepts the mission and prepares for the challenge ahead. While flying, she warns that in the turbulence zone, the sound will be amplified. She tells the small elf to follow the plan, and he agrees with a high ease, ma'am. The young mage has a look of fear and nervousness during the flight. In a flashback, it's explained how beast demons react to certain sounds. They interpret whistles as orders from a superior and begin to howl. The plan is to use this instinct to stop Haka's rapid advance. By doing so, they will be able to contain the demon boss and turn the tide of the battle. Back in the present, the small elf reports something important to the protagonist. He says that even with buffs, his whistle barely exceeds 1 Pascal of pressure. With a calm look, the swordsman replies that it's more than enough. He explains that if the whistle reaches 1 Pascal, it's possible to use the tower. The amplification tower amplifies all sounds around it by 10 times. Flying through the rain, the captain protects her ears from the deafening noise. They continue to fly at high speed, facing the strong turbulence. The commander then leaves the small elf at the top of the tower for him to complete the mission. The commander says she will be back to get him as soon as the whistle is over. The small elf agrees to the order and prepares for his important mission. He then waits for the captain to move away from the amplification zone to begin. With a sigh, the young mage concentrates and decides to get it over with. He then uses his light magic, Coing Breath, to amplify his whistle. At the top of the tower, he prepares for the whistle that will decide the course of the battle. The sound spreads like a shockwave across the entire battlefield. The demons and heroes feel the vibration of the whistle amplified by the tower. Baba and the mage cover their ears from the force of the deafening sound that echoes. The captain flies through the skies, observing the scene and preparing to act. The swordsman faces the situation with a serious and focused look on the objective. One of the Wurgles stops fighting and raises its head towards the sound of the whistle. All the other beast demons do the same, stopping their attack and howling. The horde of creatures stands still, howling in response to the small elf's whistle. One of the harpies shouts that this is their chance to turn the tide of the battle. He orders all the soldiers to finish off the enemies in front of them. One of the veterans attacks a rock with his weapon, creating an avalanche. With a powerful punch, he shatters the rock and attacks the nearby monsters. A warrior with a horned helmet cuts a Wurgle in half with his sword. Another soldier charges and cuts down several enemies with his weapon in a single blow. A veteran with a greatsword attacks the monsters with a spinning slash. The archer fires arrows with precision, hitting the enemies at a distance. With a smile, she thinks of the small mage and the success of his plan. In a flashback, we see Morris practicing his whistle with the help of his friends. Haka is hit by the sound and stops his attack, looking at the sky and howling. The great demon stands in place, completely paralyzed by the whistle. The protagonist smiles in relief upon seeing that his colleague's plan worked. He then gets ready to attack, using the standard form of his greatsword. With a determined look, he prepares to use the second form of his attack. The swordsman concentrates his energy into the sword, creating a powerful red aura. With a quick movement, the swordsman charges to attack the demon boss. In a flashback, he explains that the whistle only works for a short period. He says that without a mental response, the signal is ignored and loses its effect. The protagonist then realizes that they only have a single chance to attack. With that, he charges forward with everything. He has to seize the opportunity they created. In the flashback, the veteran explains that without a real command, the signal is ignored. This means they have only one chance to defeat the enemy. With this information in mind, the swordsman prepares for the decisive attack. He advances at full speed to take advantage of the single opportunity. The blow lands squarely on one of the wolves, which falls to the ground with a large gash. Haka and his other minion are surprised by the quick and unexpected attack. The wounded wolf gets up and charges towards the other heroes in a rage. The protagonist wonders why that wolf wasn't caught by the whistle. Meanwhile, Baba and the mage prepare to face the advancing creature. The wolf leaps at them, but the giant catches it with his strong arms. The mage is shocked by the scene and doesn't understand why everything went wrong. The small elf continues whistling at the top of the tower, keeping the others at bay. With the whistle, the other beast demons continue to howl, paralyzed. The mage yells for Baba to act, and he prepares to attack with the buff. With the strength of the blacksmith's mallet spell, he gets ready for the blow. With a war cry, he uses all his strength to crush the wolf's head. He jumps on the creature and delivers a powerful blow with his Deca weapon. The mage shouts her colleague's name and uses her spell to trap the wolf. The creature roars in pain as it's held by the purple energy claws. The monster snarls and tries to break free from the spell holding it in place. The mage realizes that one of the wolves fled and the other escaped the whistle. She then notices that the wolf that went towards Haka had no ears. That's why the confusion spell and the whistle didn't work on it. Haka approaches the protagonist with his minion by his side, snarling. The swordsman then realizes that the whistle plan has completely failed. The protagonist thinks that even with one wolf down, his companions haven't returned yet. This means their plan failed, and Morris couldn't get off the amplification tower. With no other choice, he decides it's time to put the final plan into action immediately. With that, the swordsman charges forward with his greatsword, ready for the decisive confrontation. He then agilely dodges a powerful attack from the demon that tears up the ground. The creature glares at him with its distorted eyes and prepares to attack with its claws. In the blink of an eye, the monster lunges forward and strikes the warrior's back with force. With his back injured, he understands that this is the pure animal instinct of his enemy. Haka glares at him with a look of pure fury, preparing for the final blow. The hero realizes that the monster reacts to any movement with fatal and swift strikes. Just as he suspected, the creature instinctively noticed something important. The demon was analyzing the life form that was standing right in front of it on the field. Then the monster smiles as it sees that its opponent is much weaker and slower than it. With this certainty, the demon leaps with all its might to end the fight quickly. Its claw comes down like a meteor to crush the warrior with a single blow. But the swordsman manages to block the attack with his sword, using all his strength. The impact is so strong that it throws the hero backward, creating a shockwave. The protagonist is shocked by the absurd strength of the enemy he's facing. Even so, the creature's also thrown back by the recoil of the powerful blow. The two adversaries face each other again, ready for the next round of the fight. Panting, the warrior realizes that the monster's idea of speed is on a completely different level from anything he has ever seen before. He then compares himself to a turtle in front of a hyena, no matter his strength. With this, he understands that at his current speed, he will never be able to catch Haka. In a swift move, the demon manages to bite the warrior's shoulder with force. The protagonist is thrown into the air with a large wound, bleeding heavily. He knows that if the fight drags on for much longer, he won't have a chance to win. In his mind, he has a vision of his defeat, with the monster holding him in its mouth. Desperate, he thinks of his companions, Morris and Swan, calling for help. Far away, the small elf runs as fast as he can to help his leader. The small elf thanks Captain Rebecca, who flies away under the moon. He then runs, thinking that the tower operation failed, and now it's time for Plan B. Meanwhile, the mage yells for Baba to hold on as the wolf attacks him with its claws. Suddenly, the elf senses a wave of energy and wonders what it is. Morris appears and says he cast a range buff, telling her to use the fog. The key to the plan is to correctly allocate the mana, strength, and sensory block buffs. At the right moment, they will channel all the buffs to strengthen their colleague, but the young woman worries about the mana cost to cover such a large area. The small elf shouts that he has the coordinates and tells her to maintain the density. With that, the mage agrees to the coordinates and prepares for the spell. She then begins to recite the magic words with her staff glowing purple. The curse-type dark magic, Devouring Fog, is released onto the field. In a flashback, she remembers that if you ignore the wind, even allies get hit. The young woman thinks that none of her training was in vain, even without understanding it. She questions the role of the fog and how Gate will defeat the monster alone. Suddenly, Baba jumps in front of the mages to protect them from an attack. As the fog spreads, the creature remains still, observing the team. The two mages look at each other with an expression of pure tension and determination. The dark fog spreads across the entire battlefield under the moonlight. The swordsman stands still in the middle of the fog and observes the situation carefully. With a serious look, he realizes that the devouring fog from his friends has arrived. He then readies his sword and thinks that he knew they could do it. The hero was certain about the tower, but he doesn't know if this last plan will work. Even so, he understands that this is the only option they have left in the battle. With a determined look, he declares that this is his final move in the fight. The swordsman then begins to spin his sword, spreading the fog across the field. He continues to move the fog closer to the great demon with his weapon. By doing this, the hero creates layers of the devouring fog around his enemy. His plan is to use the magic to completely restrict Haka's vision. After creating the smokescreen, the protagonist starts to run away, but the trail and the heat he leaves behind cannot be hidden. Against the senses of a beast-type demon, running away is completely useless. With this, Haka uses its instincts to follow its opponent's trail. The creature roars upon finding its target, but his sword is on the ground. Suddenly, the monster stops and realizes that something is very wrong with the trap. Hidden in the darkness, the protagonist watches the demon with a glowing gaze. The creature roars furiously as it is restrained by purple energy claws in the middle of the battlefield. The warrior Baba realizes that the enemy is too fast and that he can barely defend himself against that absurd speed. He knows that using only brute force to defend himself won't solve the problem if he remains trapped in that situation. Suddenly, the monster lands a devastating blow that throws the giant backward with extreme violence. Seeing her companion being hit, the young mage screams desperately for him amidst the chaos. Then, the little elf Morris gets a terrible fright when the enormous beast appears right before his eyes. However, the creature passes right by him in a blur of speed without even attacking him. The little boy is completely shocked and doesn't understand why he was ignored by the monster. He wonders, confused, why that beast passed right by without showing any interest in him. Meanwhile, the sorceress continues calling for Baba with all the strength of her lungs. The elf then begins to suspect that the creature is not using its sight to track its targets. He quickly conjures a sensory blocking field to test his new theory about the monster. Morris decides to conserve his mana and focus the magical resonance directly on the opponent's ears. With the magic activated, the enormous beast begins to skid sharply. Trying to stop its advance, the beast simply freezes in place, leaving the young mage extremely surprised by what she sees. She realizes that the speedy monster has finally stopped moving and decides to seize the opportunity. The little boy warns that he will give Baba a strength boost to finish everything off before they go to help Gate, but the sorceress urges caution and suggests they wait until the creature is completely immobilized before acting. She warns with a tense look that they won't get a second chance if they fail now. With everyone ready, the young mage calls for her giant partner to take the lead in the action. When questioned about the plan, the big guy thinks that a chokehold is the best technique against predators. He vows to suffocate the creature and not let go until he has ripped its neck off. The mage then instructs Morris to unleash the full strength buff as soon as the grip is secure. She finishes by saying that she will also help by applying her binding magic to ensure it. Baba then begins to stealthily approach the monster, which remains paralyzed. He takes a deep breath trying to calm his heartbeat before making the final move. Each step is taken with the utmost care so as not to make any noise that might alert the enemy. He finally manages to position himself well behind the immense beast without it noticing anything. Without wasting any time, the warrior steps forward and begins to grab the beast's neck with his strong arms. The monster roars desperately as it realizes it has been caught in a deadly chokehold. Baba squeezes even harder, using all his physical energy to finally suffocate the enemy. Immediately, the young mage points her staff and activates her powerful magic to aid in the attack. Purple energy spikes emerge from the ground and pierce the body of the beast immobilized by the giant. Morris also acts quickly and conjures a powerful spell of concentrated strength enhancement. The giant feels the magical power coursing through his veins, and his body begins to glow intensely. With all that accumulated power, he puts absolutely all his remaining strength into that blow. The big guy lets out a deafening scream as he forces his muscular arms around the beast's neck. His two companions watch everything with great tension, hoping that it will finally work out. The pressure applied is so colossal that the sound of the monster's bones breaking echoes through the place. In a brutal movement, the beast's head is completely ripped off, blood spurting everywhere. The fierce battle ends with an overwhelming victory for the group, demonstrating the true value of their unity. Far away, Gate reflects that relying solely on sight to react to enemy attacks is a fatal mistake. He swings his gigantic sword with incredible precision. Focusing all his determination, the warrior leaps into the air, preparing a devastating attack against the threat lurking below. Meanwhile, the demon Haka advances through the devouring mist. Unaware of what awaits him ahead, the magical mist begins to take effect, severely limiting the visual perception of the dangerous opponent. Gate moves quickly across the terrain, trying to position himself strategically for the ambush, except that the trail and heat left by the warrior can still be detected by the enemy's senses. Against the heightened instincts of a beast-type demon, any attempt to escape becomes futile. Relying on its savage fury, the monster Haka follows Gate's trail with impressive speed. The warrior positions himself firmly to counterattack the beast that approaches at high speed. At that moment, he remembers an important piece of advice about the fact that it is not he who should move. The main idea is to use the opponent's own strength and speed against them during combat. He must simply redirect all that devastating impact directly back at the monster itself. While the terrifying Haka fiercely pursues the warrior's silhouette through the dense fog of the field, the monster suddenly realizes that there is something terribly wrong with the trajectory of its attack. He discovers in shock that he can no longer control his speed to swerve or change direction. Gate knows that precision trumps brute force, and that perfect timing always wins over pure speed. He then prepares the second style of the basic form of the standard broadsword, used by the Federation. With a masterful move, he executes a devastating horizontal slash capable of shattering even rocks. The powerful energy of the strike cuts through the air with absolute precision, dissipating the surrounding darkness. In the fortress, the soldiers celebrate with relief as they see the demons disappearing and the air returning to normal. The archer smiles happily upon realizing that the mid-level warrior has indeed won the battle. Meanwhile, the support group is rushing across the terrain to meet up with the leader. They worry about the lost time and fervently hope that Gate is still standing. Little Morris suddenly stops, his eyes wide with surprise at the scene before him. The warrior stands calmly surrounded by the defeated bodies of the terrible demonic beasts. The sorceress and the giant are completely speechless at the unbelievable power demonstrated by Gate. Even with his back bruised and bloodied, the hero remains steadfast, gazing towards the horizon. He turns around with a tired smile on his face and congratulates the group on their excellent teamwork. Baba thinks defeating demons is amazing, but admits Gate's victory was just too insane. They commented on how brutal military life is, but the giant thinks things have always been this way. Morris complains of body aches after the magical effects wear off and hopes they will recruit a healer. Suddenly, a strange energy begins to emanate from the fallen bodies of the beasts, right before everyone's eyes. The sorceress recognizes that glow and wonders in fright if it is the same mysterious phenomenon from Groton. Gate ignores their fright and begins to slice up the giant creature with the skill of a cook. The devil's special parts are described as succulent delicacies full of collagen and unique flavor. The warrior is pleased to collect 2 large pieces of this as extremely valuable meat. He notices that his bizarre appetite has disappeared and suspects that this feast belongs to someone else. Gate then asks his companions directly, who among them is feeling the connection to the flesh. Baba says that even he doesn't feel hungry and doubts that his little friends would want to eat. That, to everyone's surprise, little Morris steps forward and begins to devour a huge piece with gusto. The giant is perplexed to see that the sorceress Swan also joins in and eats the rest of the meat. After finishing the meal, Swan looks at Gate with renewed energy shining brightly. The young elf feels the echo powers of Haka awakening within her in an unbelievable way. It is revealed that she gained a special fear ability, capable of temporarily paralyzing the target. Meanwhile, Morris moves so fast that he leaves speed trails thanks to the new gain effect. Gate watches proudly and smiles contentedly as he sees that they have both acquired very useful skills. He orders them to investigate Haka's lair before returning to the Federation outpost. Upon arriving at the lair, the little boy is amazed by the immense quantity of ancient treasure chests, but the chests are locked, and he suggests carrying everything back to the military base. He tries to think of a quick solution to avoid unnecessary wait during the return trip. Morris then happily recounts that his grandfather was a locksmith, and that he knows how to open locks. He opens the chest easily, leaving everyone surprised and amazed by the great treasure revealed. The soldiers at the base anxiously await the end of that desperate struggle that seemed impossible to win. Suddenly, Gate's squad returns triumphantly, bringing the monster's body and the spoils of victory. Faced with that heroic scene, a solemn silence falls over all the warriors present at the site. The commander smiles proudly and celebrates the achievement. Knowing that she always trusted in Gate's strength, a huge ovation echoes through the courtyard as all the soldiers celebrate the squadron's magnificent victory. She concludes with satisfaction that the strength of those warriors is now an undeniable reality for the Federation. The silver-haired warrior walks warily, knowing that a world at war cannot live without its heroes. Night falls over the Haka fortification post, where the soldiers finally rest after an exhausting day of fighting. Inside one of the tents, the young archer Scully sleeps soundly, making an incredibly loud noise as always. Someone tries to wake the girl by calling her mid-level post, but she just grumbles with a funny snore. Scully complains about being off duty, but receives news that she has received express orders to return to headquarters. The soldier explains that the new enlistment group that is arriving is apparently composed of several archers. Upon hearing this, Scully jumps up, completely shocked and surprised by this unexpected information. The scene changes to the recruitment barracks, located in the Juk, on Mountain Gorge under a bright moon. There lies the legendary Gandiva recruitment weapon embedded in the ground, glowing with a mysterious red aura. 2 soldiers have a quick conversation in the darkness of the camp, assuring each other that everything is ready for the start. The warrior wonders curiously which of the new transcendents will become Scully's direct assistant and subordinate. They talk about how lucky she is to be back at the barracks. But the young elf says that having a rookie will be a lot of work. Suddenly she sees little Morris running at high speed, leaving bright trails of mist behind him. The elf is confused, wondering if the little boy has always been this fast, while another person calls to her from afar. Swan asks if she doesn't need a heavy cart to carry her things, but Scully politely declines, laughing. She explains that Tadal is a swift mammal used exclusively as a mount by elves, and that it is hanging from the tree. The archer extends her gloved hand and gently pats the furry creature to make it come down. The agile animal leaps from the branch, landing gracefully on the ground under the watchful gaze of its 2 companions. Swan asks if she can go for a walk, but Scully laughs as she warns that the animal would certainly kick her mercilessly. She mounts her swift creature and bids farewell to her friend, promising to return as soon as she finishes her training mission. Swan watches the archer disappear into the darkness of the forest at high speed. Finding that mount very cute, Gate comments that Scully was very lucky with the timing of her departure. But Swan is intrigued and asks why. The warrior explains that very soon the soldiers of higher ranks will be returning to that base. He questions whether they would dare to flee, knowing that their families would pay a high price with confiscated land if they did. Gate states earnestly that everyone will return on time, except those stationed elsewhere, and those who have died. The following day, the first lights of dawn illuminate the bustling Federation recruitment headquarters. Scully arrives stretching happily, revealing that she traveled all night but still feels great and refreshed. As a forest elf, she depends on sunlight and is thrilled to have received a new lightweight training uniform. The girl reflects on herself, admitting with a slight smile that up to that moment, she had simply lived life without haste. She says that her family is middle class and that is the third daughter. She always ended up doing the boring chores. Scully recalls that in academia, he always finished in the middle of the pack, coming in exactly 25th place. She knows that Transcendence will level up quickly thanks to the new instant promotion system through kills, but while ordinary recruits gain nothing, the elf is proud that her day to shine has finally arrived. She climbs to the top of the wooden platform with a confident look. Feeling that this moment belongs entirely to her, Scully shouts, drawing the attention of all the young soldiers gathered in the courtyard, who are looking curiously in her direction. She formally introduces herself as an instructor and says that she will be the veteran archer responsible for the newly chosen archer. However, the new recruits begin to whisper gossip, mocking his presence and questioning his abilities. They mock her, saying she probably belongs to some ordinary, unremarkable family within the kingdom. Hearing the chatter, Scully's expression changes, and she warns seriously that if they open their mouths again, she'll show them who's in charge. She stares at the loudmouths with a menacing look and challenges them to keep talking if they're really that brave. The veterans' overwhelming authority silences the recruits, who begin to regard her with the same fear as a commander. The young elf warns that the training time is very short and orders everyone to move quickly to begin. The scene shows the warriors having fun watching a giant boar invade the camp's food storage. Scully then positions himself on the shooting range to give a practical demonstration of the fundamental points of the standard bow. She teaches the ideal side to side combat stance to reduce your silhouette against potential long-range attacks. The archer details the aiming rules and distance markings needed to ensure a perfect shot. She takes a deep breath and releases the bowstring, while simultaneously exhaling slowly from her lungs with complete focus. The arrow flies through the air with absolute precision, hitting the golden center of the target and leaving everyone amazed. The new recruits are impressed when they see the surgical shot. Realizing the absurd level of skill of that instructor, Scully asks if any left-handed people need special equipment and calls the first newcomer to begin the test. The first recruit to present himself as Georgia Durang, who is widely known as the rising star of her noble family. The other rookies whisper in surprise, commenting that she is considered the greatest talent in that clan of archers. With all this reputation, many believe that the choice for the new Transcendent is practically already decided. She shoots with extreme skill, and all the arrows hit the target with impressive precision. The result is a perfect score of 30 points achieved with a standard bow that wasn't even properly adjusted. Georgia says the strange arc bothered her a bit, but her teammates think it's absurd to complain with a result like that. Soon the other recruits start shooting, but the vast majority fail miserably, achieving terrible scores. Recruit number 12 also scores 0 by missing the target by a lot, generating jokes and laughter among the crowd. However, when they looked at the shooter, everyone was surprised to recognize the famous ravine brillet sitting on a branch. The elves are in an uproar when they remember that she is a legendary bard known as the most charming goddess on the continent. She exudes a serene and delicate beauty with flowers adorning her hair. As she calmly focuses on her thoughts, the young woman's proximity makes the surrounding recruits blush completely and sigh with admiration for her, but Georgia looks with deep disdain at the bard's curvaceous body. Claiming that elves should be agile and slender, his henchmen gossip that the Brillet family treats the bows as musical instruments and not as real weapons. They continue to insult the girl behind her back, calling her clan opportunists with no real fighting power. Georgia complains that real warriors like her have to train alongside mere, useless circus performers. A firm voice suddenly emerges, ordering the group of gossips to immediately stop that malicious conversation. It's recruit Askell who reminds everyone that they're just rookies, and that this arrogance changes nothing. He firmly defends Ravine, questioning Georgia's motives for attacking her dear childhood friend. Georgia walks away muttering insults against the Himes family as they announce that it's Askell's turn to take his shots in secret. One of Georgia's accomplices asks if she set the trap correctly and receives a confirmation. She sabotaged the competitor's arrows, ensuring he would have great luck if he managed to hit even a single target. Askell stares at the arrowheads with a very analytical look. Realizing that something is wrong with the equipment, he walks determinedly to the firing platform on the watchful eyes of all the other soldiers in the camp. Instructor Scully knows that the Himes here is the Durang's greatest rival and a strong candidate for the new Transcendent. He positions himself and surprises everyone by choosing the challenging 250-yard lane to perform his test. Spectators admire Askell's impressive fighting stance. Commenting on how tall and agile the Himes family is, he pulls the string of his bow with extreme firmness, applying impressive tension before releasing the shot. The shot makes a terrifying bang and hits the target right in the middle, leaving the audience shocked by the sheer power of the impact. Georgia is speechless, unable to believe the sheer force of the attack, even after her careful sabotage. The arrow pierces deeply into the exact center of the target, guaranteeing the coveted perfect golden result for Askell. According to the Federation's rules, whoever has the most perfectly centered shots wins in case of a tie in the overall score. The crowd cheers at the unbelievable feat, but some stubborn people still try to justify it by saying it was just luck. Ignoring the others' comments, Askell concentrates and prepares his second shot with even sharper precision than before. To everyone's astonishment, the second shot also hits the exact same spot, securing another perfect gold. The precision is so absurd that the new arrow splits the previous one in half, leaving Georgia completely desperate and incredulous. The third shot is repeated perfectly, with all three arrows hitting the exact same central point of the target. Even Instructor Scully is extremely impressed by the impeccable technical level of the Himes family here, with all shots perfectly in the center. Askell's test is completed, consecrating him as an elite master archer. The soldiers admit that the mythical rivalry between the families has just been overcome by his undeniable skill. Georgia watches her rival walk past her, unleashing all her pent-up hatred in a deeply dark and tense gaze. As he passed by her, the boy simply thanked her politely for the arrow, demonstrating all his nobility and superior composure. Consumed by fury, she ignores her henchmen's questions and focuses all her attention on planning her revenge against them. She whispers maliciously that she will teach them a severe lesson, and that the attack will happen right after the lights go out. Far from all that commotion, young Ravine runs happily to congratulate her great protector and childhood friend. With a beautiful and warm smile, she praises the brilliant performance he just delivered in front of the entire battalion. Askell responds by calling her name with a much lighter and friendlier expression, completely changing his serious demeanor. They engage in a loving conversation about their families, revealing that Askell's mother always asks a lot about Ravine. The romantic atmosphere that arises out of nowhere between the two leaves the surrounding soldiers deeply uneasy and grumbling. Ravine meticulously details the incredible stance he uses, proving that the elf is anything but useless. Askell is a little confused and surprised by her words as he observes her attentively and curiously. With a very sweet gesture, the young bard places a beautiful bracelet of white flowers on her great friend's wrist. She says it's a gift worthy of a master archer and wishes that amulet brings him lots of luck. Several recruits run towards Ravine to ask for autographs, leaving Askell somewhat aside after the friendly moment. He looks at the present and fondly thinks that even though she's famous, she remains identical to when they were just children. Instructor Scully shouts from the top of the platform, ordering all recruits to position their bows for inspection. In perfect synchronicity, the entire battalion of elves lines up, rapidly raising their weapons with loud and organized shouts. She praises the organization and says that because the tests finished early, there was plenty of time left before dinner. With a very relaxed gesture, the veteran elf orders everyone to sit on the lawn to rest a bit. The recruits immediately obey, sitting down in a line on the floor and enjoying the welcome break to relax. Scully takes advantage of the group's famous bard and asks her to play a song to cheer up her tired companions. Ravine raises his arm with a radiant smile and joyfully accepts the invitation in front of the entire battalion of elves. Considered the national fairy of her generation, she prepares herself amidst the applause and passionate shouts of all the soldiers. The audience is fascinated to realize that she will actually use her own combat bow to play a melody. Seated on a wooden box, the young woman begins to strum soft, magical notes that echo throughout the military courtyard. The song is so beautiful and profound that some of the new recruits begin to remember their homes and their former lives. Some of them burst into tears, remembering their mothers and girlfriends, as the moving melody fills their hearts. Scully recognizes Kim Kwong, sixth choice of music, and mentally congratulates the young bard on her beautiful performance. Time passes and night returns, covering the gorge and the towers of Haka's camp with its starry mantle. Inside his quarters, silver-haired warrior carefully leafs through the old and worn bestiary book. Little Morris enters the room and notices that the Book of Demons is almost falling apart from Gate reading it so much. Gate confesses with a serious expression that those pages are the only real clue he has to guide the group. He reveals that the more he reads, the more doubts arise about the mysterious identity of the author of that ancient work. Later, in a meeting with Commander Rebecca, he emphasizes that the operation at the Narkdoom Fortress is a gigantic challenge. He points out that the book's information on this specific area is extremely scarce and incomplete. Because of this immense mystery and the unseen dangers, the hero asks the commander to seriously reconsider the plan. Rebecca looks at the young leader very seriously and asks if he is really sure about this suspicion. The boy stares back at the commander with a yellowish, determined look, assuring her that yes, and that the clues are real. The silver-haired warrior then turns to speak directly to the little elf Morris in a firm manner. He recalls the smallness of his immense importance as a central and indispensable member of the squad of Transcendence. Morris says goodbye and walks away, intrigued by the sudden conversation and the serious tone adopted by his captain. Swan finds him outside the tents and asks worriedly if something serious has happened. But the little elf only grumbles tensely. The boy says that Gate is very tense, and Swan reminds him that he himself always trusted that Book of Demons too much. But Morris responds with complete loyalty, stating that his real confidence lies not in the pages, but in Gate's leadership. Swan immediately agrees with a calm smile, reinforcing that he also shares the same feeling of deep trust in the room. Gate lets out a long, tired sigh as he rubs his temples, trying to digest the weight of the next steps. It is revealed that the impenetrable Narkdoom Fortress was so dangerous that it used to be nicknamed the Fort of No Return. The place became even worse with terrible air defenses that decimated the Harpies, giving the fort a new and ominous name. The warrior surveys the gigantic walls and wonders anxiously how they will manage to break in if the gates don't open. To make matters worse, the leader of that region is a mysterious raid, type demon known only by the dreaded name of Pale Wraith. Imperial records reveal that this single monster was responsible for the horrific massacre of thousands of innocent civilians. The heroes know of the colossal danger. But the biggest problem is that now they will have to march into battle blindly. However, Gate remains steadfast, knowing that precisely because it is so risky, the prize of victory will also be glorious. It is in this dangerous mission against the raid tight boss that the squad of Transcendents will begin their true journey. At the recruitment camp, the loudspeakers demand the full attention of all the new recruits, who are already in the cabins. Scully announces the mandatory curfew, warning that no one should walk alone or leave the premises after the curfew. In unison, all the young elves shout, confirming the strict order, while silently waiting for the lights to go out. However, one of the newcomers silently peeks through the crack in the wooden door, watching the dark surroundings. Georgia suddenly appears in the shadows of the night, calling his name with a cold and menacing look. The gang of bullies surrounds the poor bard in the shadows of the forest, beginning the cowardly taunts they had promised to make. Georgia says she can't believe she crossed paths with the person who ruined her family's arranged marriage. She ironically says that since they've known each other for a long time, she can be a little generous if she receives the respect she deserves. The bully coldly demands that her rival kneel and beg for forgiveness, so that she will finally consider leaving her alone. But Askell just lets out a sarcastic laugh and mockingly asks if she's still stuck on that silly old story. The young man decides to clarify the real facts of the past once, and for all to expose the aggressor's deception. He reveals that his sister's engagement ended simply because she was caught in the arms of another man the day before. Without any remorse, Georgia smiles maliciously and declares that a good spanking will be the quickest way to settle things there. However, young Ravine decides to step forward, drawing the attention of the group of troublemakers with a gentle voice. Askell tries to restrain her, worried, telling her not to act that way because the instructor could appear at any moment. Georgia gets even more irritated and disdainfully questions what that idiot bard is doing with flowers in her hair in the middle of the night. The aggressor advances violently and grabs the girl's arm, insulting her role as an artist and belittling her performance. She shoves Ravine roughly, hurling extremely vulgar insults and telling the girl to get out of there immediately. The poor bard ends up falling to the ground with a sudden impact, generating mocking laughter from Georgia's accomplices. Upon seeing her friend on the ground, Askell feels her blood boil and her eyes gleam with an uncontrollable, murderous rage. However, Ravine remains seated on the floor, holding her injured arm in a rather silent and mysterious manner. She clenches her fist so tightly that her veins bulge as a red, an extremely menacing aura begins to emerge. Askell suddenly turns pale with terror, whispering desperately that the bunch of idiots has just crossed a dangerous line. Brutal sounds of blows echo in the darkness, and soon the courtyard is filled with the groaning bodies of those who attacked. Georgia Durang herself is left lying in the mud with her face completely swollen and bleeding heavily from the assault. The arrogant bully now looks up, trembling with terror, staring at the imposing figure approaching her. Ravine mercilessly stomps on Georgia's head as she hits the ground, coldly reminding her that he had already warned her to stop. She angrily complains that the beautiful flower bracelet she had made was completely ruined because of that silly mistake. Ravine Brillet's terrifying nicknames, Angel of Violence and Saint of Beating, given to her in the past, are revealed. She confronts the defeated bullies, demanding to know how they will compensate for the scent of the spoiled flowers she loves so much. Hearing the enormous thud of the blows, other soldiers run desperately towards the commotion to see what happened. Instructor Scully arrives at the scene and observes in astonishment the group of knocked out rookies sprawled in the middle of the lawn. Ravine immediately feigns despair, asking if everyone is all right and claiming that a huge boar appeared out of nowhere. She then whispers menacingly to the victims, warning them that if they tell the truth, they will lose precious points. Completely terrified, Georgia trembles with cold sweat thinking about how much of a psychopath that sweet elf can really be. Others believed the famous diva was fragile and delicate. Without imagining the terrifying stories she carries, Askell smiles nervously, remembering the old advice that Ravine is the true example of silk on the outside and steel on the inside. The next day, Ravine concentrates on the shooting range, imagining himself as firm as a rock before drawing his combat bow. She performs the pulling motion while inhaling deeply, maintaining an extremely elegant and firm posture. The recruits around her start whispering, criticizing the bard's unorthodox behavior, and thinking it's all just for show. But as she carefully analyzes the movements, the experienced instructor Scully's eyes widen, and she lets out a gasp of astonishment. Ravine maintains absolute focus, aligning his shot with an impeccable surgical precision that few could achieve. She remembers her old master's advice to close her eyes, listen to the melody of the wind, and then just release the shot. The song of the wind echoes deeply in her ears as she tunes her soul to the precise moment of the shot. The arrow flies through the blue sky at high speed and hits a small apple thrown into the air by the instructor squarely. Slowly, the young bard opens her eyes, revealing a look of absolute tranquility after the extraordinary feat. She slowly releases the bow and exhales the air from her lungs, maintaining the impeccable body control that dictates all of her technique. The announcement confirms that recruit number 12 achieved the maximum score by completely destroying the apple with the arrow. Scully takes notes, marveling that she was the only one capable of making that perfect shot, and tries to remember her clan. Looking at the registration form, she focuses on Ravine Brillet's name shining prominently on the list of competitors. She murmurs the name Brillet, remembering old legendary rumors about an extremely rare style of archery. Scully realizes that the young woman is a direct descendant of Hood Brale, the legendary elven master who developed side archery. She believed that this rare lineage had disappeared due to marginalization, but celebrates seeing that it has survived to this day. What impresses the instructor most is realizing that the classic style has returned in an even more beautiful and refined way. Time is rapidly advancing towards the 6th week of training on the long-awaited official day of the weapon extraction ceremony. Exactly as Scully predicted, the two hares confidently step forward to wield the legendary weapon as the bell tolls. Instructor Scully loudly calls out to recruit number 12 to prepare for the extraction of her weapon. Ravine responds hesitantly, realizing that the crucial moment to confront his own destiny has finally arrived. She wonders if someone who has always only been on the artistic stage would be able to take on such a heavy burden. But beside her, her faithful friend Askell gently calls to her, trying to convey the necessary security she so desperately needs. He asks her not to hesitate at all, because she is undoubtedly the new transcendent chosen one there. The boy fondly remembers that throughout the time he has known her, she has always proven to be the best at everything she does. Ravine listens attentively to his words and feels his confidence return. Responding in a much firmer and more cheerful manner, her eyes shine with determination as she accepts that this is indeed the path that destiny has traced especially for her. She walks proudly, promising to accept the burden with her head held high, like the magnificent and beautiful artist she has always proven herself to be. The two approach the sacred area together as the reddish sky intensifies the solemn atmosphere of the grand ceremony. Suddenly, the envious Georgia appears in the path, trying to push Ravine and rudely telling her to get out of her way. Ravine merely murmurs a sinister warning that sends a chill down the aggressor's spine, causing her to immediately back away in great fear. Instructor Scully shouts in command, ordering the candidates to start warming up their energies to begin the process. With the order given, the young woman extends her hand towards the sacred arch that rests enveloped in an intense pink light. She grips the handle of the powerful weapon tightly, immediately feeling the immense magical energy vibrate throughout her body. The girl's face is illuminated by a celestial glow as she connects deeply with the soul of the equipment. With a powerful movement, she lifts the bow from the ground, releasing a gigantic wave of dark smoke and dust around her. The dense black fog begins to slowly dissipate under the red light, revealing the weapon's grand spiritual form. Suddenly, a huge and terrifying spectral entity in the shape of a skull emerges from the shadows, floating before Ravine. The spirit of the bow, with its empty eye sockets shining, recognizes that she is indeed the ideal candidate chosen by him. The entity murmurs thoughtfully as it carefully analyzes the physical structure and great spiritual energy of the new bearer. The specter comments that all the ancient bearers of the Gandiva possessed extremely robust and imposing bodies in the past. He honestly confesses that he actually prefers slimmer warriors, finding Ravine's curvy silhouette exaggerated. However, the spirit eventually gives in and admits that the elven bard isn't all that bad for taking on such a responsibility. Annoyed by the mean comment, Ravine mutters very quietly, insulting the frightening appearance of that idiotic skull. The creature suspiciously asks what she said, but the girl quickly disguises it by laughing and saying she was just thinking out loud. The spirit is angered by her audacity, warning that a single word from him would be enough to send her back home. But to his surprise, the bard cheerfully begs him to do it anyway, because she hates all that military routine. The specter tries to convince her by listing the glories of a hero like triple pay and statues, but she just insists on leaving, having no more patience to discuss the spirit of the bow. Gandiva ignores her grumbling and decides to grant her power at once. Ravine complains indignantly, accusing the creature of changing the subject and demanding that it take back that burden of transcendence. Before she finishes complaining, a gigantic beam of red light explodes around her, sealing the mystical pact definitively. The girl stands motionless, mouth agape, in the middle of the altar, clutching the gun, unable to believe the process ended like this. All the soldiers and instructors present watch the scene in absolute shock. At the ease of that impressive extraction, a huge ovation echoes through the venue, officially celebrating Ravine as the newest confirmed member of the Transcendence. She poses gracefully for the audience, though she is still processing the fact that she has now truly become a warrior. She stares at the sacred bow with apprehension, realizing that from now on her routine will be fighting against terrible monsters. Sometime later, we see a hand wearing black gloves, firmly gripping the handle of a large iron construction shovel. The scene shows soldiers working hard and organizing piles of sandbags under express orders from their superiors. One of the companions comments sadly upon seeing the famous Nulia bard already working hard digging holes in the camp, carrying a heavy bag. Morris thinks they still need to cut and dispose of the old bags, using something sharp. A friendly soldier approaches the little elf and offers him a small metal object to help him with the cutting task. He explains that the item is a family heirloom that opens magical doors, but is also very useful for cutting sandbags. Gate observes the new recruit, intrigued by her familiar features, while another warrior recounts her fame as a diva across the continent. He is startled to discover that the girl with the shovel in her hand is actually the legendary and sweet national fairy Ravine Brilliant. The companion comments that in person she seems much more ordinary than the rumors suggest. Although she admits that she is very beautiful, the soldiers notice his melancholy and deep gaze, finding it amusing how awkward his posture seems. Scully observes the new recruit attentively from afar, sharing her thoughts with the other experienced member. The veteran notices with concern that Ravine's delicate style is exactly the type that the feared Jera hates most in the world. Scully promises to do everything to protect her new subordinate from any abuse, and hopes that the young archer will stand firm. Swan warns that she will only switch to whoever they send as a replacement, but Scully wishes her good luck with that. At that moment, neither Scully nor Swan imagined the profound impact that Ravine would have on the life of the terrible Jera. The ledger suggests the real reason why Jera would end up being so inexplicably drawn to her in the control room. The leader questions the commotion outside and orders his subordinate to find out what is happening there. Elite soldier Jaga reports to the administration quietly complaining about not being respected like a true veteran. The sun begins to set on the horizon, painting the sky above the Hakka military camp with beautiful shades of pink and orange. Suddenly, a soldier rushes into the room and shouts desperately that a major emergency has just occurred. The generals in the room question the reason for so much panic, while the trembling messenger tries to catch his breath to speak. He stammers as he reveals that two high-ranking army warriors are returning from their leave early today. The commander is shocked and questions the reason for the return, since they should be positioned on the southern fronts. She grabs Jaga's chin, asking why the personnel department said they were going to other side departments. Jaga replies, sweating profusely, that apparently two of those powerful soldiers volunteered for the dangerous Central Front. The commander can hardly believe it and wonders in astonishment if those two warriors have gone completely mad. With a tense and worried look, she demands to know immediately the identity of the two high-ranking veterans. In another cabin, some veterans are playing cards, betting coins and laughing loudly while drinking peacefully in the camp. It is revealed that the powerful Ulti and Jiro have returned from their leave and are deciding whether to report to the administration first. Meanwhile, in the other room, the Elven commander remains intrigued about who those mysterious volunteers could be. The two veteran warriors continue to have fun playing the game, teasing each other in a very relaxed atmosphere. Jiro says that if the matter is truly urgent, the administration itself will come to them to give the necessary orders. Through the crack in the window, Soldier Jaga watches in horror as Ulti's enormous presence grows outside the barracks. Jiro says he's going for a quick walk outside, and that he told the young people to follow exactly in that direction. The winged warrior walks away smiling rather maliciously, saying that all of this will be a lot of fun in the end. Low-level recruit Narts von Beckenberg presents himself in a rather simple and humble manner in the middle of the camp. The powerful Jiro approaches him with a friendly smile on his face and politely asks where the communications room is. Narts points in the right direction, but thinks irritably that he already hates the smug face of that high-ranking superior. Jiro pretends to be a rookie shouting his official introduction, but Narts just mocks him, saying he has no poise whatsoever. The winged warrior offers feigned apologies with an exaggerated salute, but Narts severely reprimands him for the offense. He continues giving a long sermon claiming that young people today have no respect, while Jiro smiles ironically. Suddenly Jaga appears running and salutes, sweating profusely upon recognizing the feared high-ranking quartermaster Jiro. Jiro points disdainfully at the insolent Narts and maliciously asks if the other soldier really agrees with that audacity. Upon realizing that he has just seriously offended a high-ranking officer, Narts is completely paralyzed with terror. Jaga stammers, not knowing what to say to get to his companion out of that terrible situation in front of the furious intendant. Without any warning, Jiro delivers a violent slap that throws the insolent Narts directly to the ground with extreme physical force. The aggressive steward turns to the rest of the group, calling the elf princess and ordering them all to approach him. The young recruits tremble with fear and approach with their heads bowed. Fearing the wrath of that veteran officer, he delivers another violent blow to yet another recruit, angrily shouting that the new officers are all useful idiots. Jiro continues his rampage of aggression, disdainfully claiming that there isn't a single decent warrior in that new generation of soldiers, but suddenly he stops moving when he sees a familiar figure approaching in the middle of the camp. The warrior Ulti appears and advises Jiro to respect Jera's rank, who deals with discipline in the Federation unit. Jaga watches Ulti with extreme fear, thinking that this ruthless warrior, a fan of violence, especially hates humans. Ulti then turns to Narts and coldly orders him to come closer, saying that the young man still needs a lot more beating. Without any mercy, he delivers a brutal kick that strikes the defenseless recruit's leg squarely with immense violence. Narts falls to his knees on the ground, groaning in intense pain and trying to recover from the devastating impact of that cowardly attack. But the giant Ulti approaches again, delivering a devastating punch that throws the poor soldier far away amidst the blood. With a sadistic grin, the monster questions what kind of mediocre training was given to such a low-level recruit. He continues to mercilessly beat the defenseless warrior in the courtyard, demonstrating all his cruelty and bloodlust. Old T rages angrily that humans are inferior, and that they only learn the rules when they get truly beaten. While delivering more blows, he taunts the other rookies who watch everything in terror, not daring to do anything. From afar, Archer Scully observes the entire cowardly and humiliating scene with a tense and worried heart. She recognizes one of the attackers and wonders in astonishment if that terrible man wasn't the former assistant of the deceased Boats. Jera questions the rookies for being at the officers' table without reporting to the veterans. The recruit explains that the divine weapons began to glow and the transcendent beings gathered. Jera scoffs at the situation, asking if it's really an army or just an office. Jera catches the young corporal's attention as she passes by her in an imposing manner. He asks if she regrets becoming a corporal, and she promptly replies that she does not. Jera warns that she shouldn't go easy on the newcomers, so as not to lose their respect. Jera orders the aggression to stop, and the aggressors finally decide to leave. Jera coldly warns that she will be closely observing all the rookies' actions tonight. The corporal accepts the order with a dejected chin as the veteran walks away into the darkness. The scene changes to the outside of the large tent that serves as the operating room. At the meeting, they explain that the skin of high-class monsters is too tough for ordinary swords. Git squad members listen to the explanations about the monsters with great tension. They reveal that high-level demons use complex language and combat strategies. A warrior holds the fencing manual that compiles the techniques of the best schools in the world. Gate decides to review the manual to master the techniques, focused on the enemy's weak points. Ribel suggests flying directly to open the gates and allow the troops to enter. The captain warns that aerial infiltration is completely impossible due to dangerous monsters. The Reapers of the Heavens spit acidic saliva upwards and kill whoever is hit within 3 days. It is explained that the beasts cover the entire fortress and would easily melt the winged soldiers. Because of this mortal danger, the fortress is also known as the Tome of the Harpies. They lament that information about the fort's defenses is so scarce and limited. The leader explains that the beasts focus only on the air, and that advancing on land is much safer. Despite the risks, they manage to map the patrol routes and defenses of the location. The captain decides to go ahead with Gates' plan and asks if Morris is ready to act. The little elf answers confidently, but becomes a little tense at the magnitude of the mission. Gate reminds Morris that he is an essential and very important member of the group. Morris knows that Gate could be promoted after this mission, and that's why he's giving it his best shot. He promises to do everything to ensure the operation is a complete success and guarantees the promotion. The officer asks them to review the battle plan to neutralize the dangerous enemy. The atmosphere in the room becomes extremely tense, and everyone feels the immense pressure of the moment. Night falls dark over the military camp as preparations continue. After a long meeting, the group leaves the tent aware of the extreme importance of the mission. Suddenly, Gate notices something nearby and decides to alert his companions. They come across young Ravine sitting alone in a wooden box under the night sky. The young corporal appears, seriously ordering all the new recruits to gather behind the barracks. The soldiers walk, extremely exhausted and hungry, complaining about the harsh military life. A hostile voice begins to spew mockery at the rookies for being protected by the officers. The cable reveals that it is not at all impressed by their recent achievements. She warns them harshly their reputation is terrible, and that many want to see them defeated. She rants that her patience has run out, and that the army has completely lost its discipline. With an authoritative shout, she orders everyone to get up from the floor immediately. The officer warns that they will be under strict supervision, and threatens to punish them severely if they fail. She casts one last menacing and cold look before leaving the place under great tension. Young Ravine is left alone in the darkness, looking quite sad and helpless. The corporal approaches Ravine, formally addresses her by her rank and name in the camp. Without giving further explanation, she orders the frightened newcomer to accompany her immediately. Ravine timidly agrees and begins to follow the cable with a rather worried expression. The corporal warns the new recruit that the cruel Jera will soon begin pursuing her at the barracks. She advises the girl to just accept the military hazing silently to avoid problems. Suddenly, the corporal delivers a violent slap to Ravine's face, shocking the young rookie. The corporal yells, asking if no one taught the girl how to open her eyes, and prepares to slap her again. She delivers several blows in quick succession, aggressively demanding that the newcomer open her eyes wide. Ravine receives violent slaps to the face while trying to decide whether to fight back or endure it all. The corporal's hand rises again against the night sky to continue the terrible attacks. The bard feels the impact of yet another violent blow. While pondering how to deal with the situation, the corporal angrily warns her to forget about stage performances and remember that this is a strict army. She complains that the newcomer's gaze remains dreamy and asks if she feels wronged for being beaten. The aggressor says that this will not work and orders the girl to return to the dormitory and bring her leader. Ravine remains completely still in place, leaving the aggressor confused as to why he isn't moving. Ravine says that if the fault lies with her, the cable should scream and unleash all her anger on herself. The corporal is completely surprised by the audacity and questions what the newcomer just said. The young bard claims that the veteran Scully has nothing to do with this and asks to be punished alone. She insists with her head down that if she made a mistake, the punishment should be directed only at her. The aggressor stares at her in disbelief, unable to believe the protective stance of that newcomer. Ravine firmly requests that all of the corporal's punishment and anger be directed solely at her. The aggressor lets out a sarcastic laugh at the unusual request made by the courageous newcomer. She calls the newcomer insolent and vows to focus all her terrible training solely on her. The corporal ironically praises the girl's determination and bends down to pick something up from the grass. She shows a huge, disgusting green caterpillar and promises to release it if she manages to eat it. The disgusting green creature writhes repulsively in the palm of the rigid instructor's hand. Ravine stares at the insect in absolute silence, keeping his face completely hidden in shadows. Without hesitation, the young novice firmly holds the caterpillar with her own black, gloved hand. To everyone's surprise, she simply shoved the entire insect into her mouth at once. Ravine begins to chew with a chilling coldness, his eyes wide with hatred. The cable watches that bizarre scene, completely paralyzed with terror and sweating profusely from nervousness. The young elf continues chewing the insect without showing any disgust or hesitation. With one swift movement, she swallows the creature and displays a frighteningly calm expression. She politely bids farewell to the corporal and begins walking back to the military barracks. The aggressor trembles with terror as she realizes she has messed with a completely crazy girl. In the army, several different races coexist, each with their own customs and worldviews. For ordinary veterans, absurd hazing rituals end up functioning as a severe form of control. Gate is aware of these difficulties, but assures that his squad will overcome everything in their own way. As she walks through the darkness, young Ravine whispers to herself that she will never accept this. She becomes enraged when she realizes that even in the midst of a war, there are still idiots abusing power. Ravine vows triple revenge, promising that one day all those aggressors will tremble before her. The following day, training and daily duties continue as normal at the military base. Veteran Azen teaches how to clean the equipment and warns against using the laundry stream. She instructs the giant Baba on what to say if any officer shows up looking for her. Baba listens attentively and innocently asks if the veteran has a boyfriend. In response, he receives a resounding slap across the face that echoes throughout the training yard. Azen yells angrily at the silly question and tells the giant to focus on making the armor shine. She relaxes happily, having acquired an assistant so quickly thanks to the new sacred weapons. As a veteran accustomed to brutality, she finds the way the army works amusing. In the cafeteria, Bob eats calmly, not even caring about the physical assault he suffered. Gate observes his meal and reflects that the credit for eliminating Haka was considered insignificant. The warrior notices with disdain that the Federation does not value killing mid-level demons. He knows that the military command is extremely traditionalist and reluctant to change ranks. Gate concludes that they need undeniable results, such as defeating a higher-level monster. The further they advance, the greater the challenges and rewards will be for the entire group. He plans to get quick promotions to rewrite all the protocols of that squad. Gate assures that they will be able to create a strong and stable system if they hold on a little longer. He states with determination that this modest meeting on the battlefield will be their last. Command orders the elite group to finish eating and regroup at the entrance to the canyon. Suddenly, a terrible cry of despair echoes, frightening everyone in the middle of the military camp. The supply manager Drenane screams desperately for help while clutching a shovel. He trembles before the enormous invader, desperately trying to protect the base's food supply. The animal is revealed to be Hook the Boar, a wild, level 1 creature that is extremely dangerous. The terrifying wild boar lets out a frightening roar and charges with extreme fury towards the soldier. Ravine and Morris notice the huge commotion and look in surprise towards the creature's attack. The young woman throws her metal tray upwards, knowing that wild beasts will attack when it is blocked. With incredible precision, she positions the tray on the ground to create a physical barrier in the path. The boar changes direction after being blocked and charges at high speed directly towards Baba. Baba uses all her colossal physical strength to stop the boar's advance by grabbing its horns. The animal becomes completely dizzy and disoriented by the violent impact of the giant's block. Immediately, young Swan activates her gravity magic to trap and immobilize the beast once and for all. The magic makes the immense boar float upside down in the air, leaving it completely defenseless. In the midst of the confusion, a hand extends its arm and firmly grasps a large metal frying pan. Gate receives a magical strength boost from Morris and prepares a powerful blow with the frying pan. With a spectacular blow, he throws the enormous wild boar high into the air with extreme force. The animal falls unconscious to the ground, right next to the terrified Drenane, who screams for his mother. The supply soldier trembles with fear, thinking that everyone will be punished if the quartermaster sees this. But the head chef appears laughing and celebrates, saying he will make spicy pork tomorrow. The soldiers who watched everything from afar were impressed by the excellent teamwork. From atop a rocky cliff, the dangerous winged officer Jiro silently observes the group. He sits atop the mountain, intently observing every move of the rookie squad. Jiro lets out a sarcastic and malicious smile, wondering if this is proper training. He remembers asking the young corporal if she regretted taking the job. He mentally repeats the warning that she would be looked down upon by the newcomers if she became weak. The arrogant officer admits to himself that he is not enjoying the situation one bit. At the entrance to the Haka Gorge, the group gathers to analyze the infiltration map. Gate explains that the old fortress used to belong to the Federation and was a large marketplace. He talks about a side iron gate that was used in the past for smuggling and bribery. This secret entrance in the stone wall became known by the dreaded name of Black Gate. An old, fat elf runs towards Morris to gossip about his family history. Irritated, Morris orders the meddler to shut up and return to his quarters immediately. Gate clarifies that the main gate is too heavy, but the side door can be opened. He explains that Morris's mission will be to climb the wall and open that door from the inside. The captain shows the hourglass and warns that he will only have the exact time of one cycle to act. He warns that if they fail, they will have to find a safe hiding place inside the fortress. If the gate remains closed, the Federation army will launch a massive frontal assault. Due to limited shared mana, the infiltration plan is much more viable than the attack. Morris knows that the air strike would cause many deaths, because the monsters are natural enemies. Gate reinforces the crucial importance of Morris's mission to secure victory without losses. He adjusts his gloves and advises the young ally to do exactly what he trained for before. A lone bird crosses the cloudy sky on the long, awaited official day of the combat operation. A magical signal explodes in the sky, officially initiating the group's strategic movements. The leaders observe the cloudy sky, agreeing that infiltration by air would be risky. The entire Central Federation army is positioned in battle formation in front of the fortress. Jera turns around with a focused look and asks if the little elf Morris is ready. The heroes of the elite group swallow hard and observe the horizon with extreme seriousness. Gate calls out to the rookie Morris intently amidst the heavy snowstorm. The little elf appears fully dressed as a ninja, confirming that the preparation is complete. The beautiful fortress of Gricken was once known as the busiest commercial heart of the Federation, today under the cruel dominion of demons. Only a few memories remain of that golden age. The official day of suppression combat in the Bloodlands begins under a heavy snowstorm. Jera recalls the old military teachings about the need for numerical advantage in attack. He knows that the enemy has completely blocked the airspace, using the terrifying Reapers of the Skies. To make matters worse, the beast patrols on the walls and the guard monsters make everything much more difficult. Faced with so many threats, the Federation soldiers are at an absurd numerical disadvantage. He concludes that attempting a direct attack through the main gate would cause terrible losses for the army. The group's only real chance of victory lies in the successful infiltration of Little Morris. Gate formally asks the captain to fully trust the action plan devised by Morris. He recalls that the elf managed to open all the locked chests using only 2 simple lockpicks. Gate also points out that the little warrior demonstrated great courage during the Battle of Groton. The warrior primarily highlights the special reinforcement skills used in the previous combat. The hero claims that no one in the entire battalion is more qualified to lead this dangerous infiltration. Jera agrees with Gate's arguments, realizing that they really need to risk everything on that plan. With this, the captain officially designates the secret operation as the #1 priority of his forces. Some soldiers scoff at the choice and doubt that the little warrior has the speed to escape. Oblivious to the taunts, the experienced captain asks if his partner is fully ready to depart. He wishes the little elf good luck and advises him not to be afraid, even if things go wrong. He reminds them that if the gate doesn't open at the exact time, the entire troop will have to advance with everything they have. The young elf swallows hard and nods, demonstrating a complete understanding of his duty. Morris crouches down in the snow, preparing his body to begin the greatest race of his life. He starts the race by activating his terrifying speed and leaving behind shimmering trails of mist. Those who once mocked his skill now watch in shock at that absurd speed. Their jaws drop as they watch the little hero scale the Great Wall with ease. Gate smiles proudly, knowing that his ninja clothes and skills make him unbeatable. The little elf successfully infiltrates by jumping between the stone blocks without being noticed by anyone. He hides behind a stone pillar to avoid being patrolled by the beasts in the area. The generals observe the successful advance, but refrain from celebrating before the mission is accomplished. Jera knows very well that invading demon territory is walking straight into danger. He reflects that any simple mistake could mean immediate death for the young intruder. Morris knows he only needs to stay out of the line of sight of the terrestrial beasts to stay safe. The first major obstacle is to get past the guards unnoticed and reach the Iron Gate. Trusting completely in the captain's teachings, he moves quickly between the boxes. The elf executes the dodges perfectly, remembering every detail of the training with great precision. Jera reflects that the fortress has secret routes and passages that open on both sides. He recognizes that this strategic location is 1,000 times more useful than the joke. Ungorged, recapturing that area would give their forces a huge strategic and moral advantage. Suddenly, the scene shows the black door completely locked. surrounded by snow and silence. The dwarf Ulti scoffs at the plan, stating that it's absurd to entrust the opening of a gate to a novice. The winged officer Jiro turns around with a defiant look and questions if he has a problem with that. Ulti clarifies that that old lock has a highly complex metal security system. Jiro mocks the dwarf's technical explanation, finding his difficult and arrogant words amusing. The winged officer impatiently demands that the dwarf finally say what really matters. The dwarf, with a cynical smile, assures that it is completely impossible to open that door with lockpicks. Jiro gets annoyed and questions why he didn't warn the captain before the mission began. The dwarf simply looks away, maintaining a rather tense and mysterious silence on the subject. Ulti remembers when he asked to participate in the lateral infiltration, but was refused by the command. The general explains that he missed all the group's training sessions because he was on leave at the time. Feeling snubbed, he decides that the little elf's life or death is no longer his concern. Ulti grips the handle of her hammer tightly and says she wants to have some real fun in ahead. On fight, Jera simply observes the warrior's excitement, maintaining a rather reflective and attentive silence. Jiro draws his sword with a cynical smile, revealing that they are both known as war maniacs. Meanwhile, little Morris scales the wall with incredible agility to evade the patrolman. The elf realizes with concern that the internal structure of the fortress is far more complex than he had imagined. Time is running out quickly, and he knows he needs to hurry to find the door. He hides in the shadows, hoping that this is the correct location indicated on the mission map. The little elf's eyes widen in surprise as he finally spots the iron gate right in front of him. Morris confirms the exact location of the black door and quickly prepares to begin the work. He takes a deep breath, thinking that the hardest part of the infiltration mission has already been overcome. He examines the exotic mechanism and prepares his 2 lockpicks, confident that it will open in a few seconds. He playfully mutters an opening spell as he inserts the metal tools into the crack. Suddenly, the young elf feels something strange in the lock and stops, moving with a frightened look. He realizes that the gravity-based safety system is incredibly complex and requires surgical precision. He tries to feel the mechanical response of the pins, but receives no tactile feedback from the old lock. Outside, the sands in the hourglass continue to fall without stopping, indicating the imminent end of time. A sepulchral silence dominates the surroundings of the black gate, which remains completely locked in the wall. Swan warns the captain that the time allotted for the infiltration is about to expire. Rebel warns that they need to make a quick decision and redirect the mana to the air strike. He gravely points out that delaying the decision will cause severe casualties if the monsters attack. Jera stares through the hourglass in absolute silence, feeling the immense pressure of the entire troop's fate. The commander's expression becomes extremely serious as he reflects on the impending sacrifice. A terrible memory from the past of Commander Rebecca being surrounded by monsters flashes through her mind. She appears bloodied in his memory, firmly ordering them to retreat and leave immediately. Jera cries copiously over her painful past, deeply lamenting the terrible loss of her friend. He awakens from his dark memories with an icy gaze filled with ruthless determination. The last grains of sand trickle down the crack, indicating that the deadline has just been reached. The captain deeply regrets realizing that the secret infiltration unfortunately failed. He closes his eyes, resigned to the terrible truth that there is now no other option left. He hopes that little Morris will hide and officially orders the activation of the dangerous Plan B. He commands the diversion of all mana to the Air Force and orders the preparation of the siege tanks. The leader shouts for the troops to prepare for the frontal assault, sacrificing stealth. Suddenly, a bizarre bang causes the commander's eyes to widen in utter astonishment. Gate and his entire group of warriors were also startled by the sudden echoing sound. A little earlier at the lock, the little elf becomes confused upon hearing a metallic noise inside the mechanism. Morris recalls that the security system requires extreme delicacy and sensitivity at the fingertips, The total silence of the lock left him blind to the correct positions of the security pins. He despairs, believing the mission has failed, and wonders what to do in that critical moment. However, a sudden mental click occurs in his mind, causing his expression to change. He starts frantically rummaging through his pockets, looking for some useful object that might help him. He pulls out of his bag that old magic key, a family heirloom, and the ribbon under the snow. Morris remembers when the meddlesome soldier handed him the relic at the start of the operation. He recalls that the key is a magical Beckenbird family heirloom capable of opening emergency doors. The boy thinks it's foolish to believe an old man's gossip and doubts that it really works. But with no other options, he decides to take a chance and inserts the magic key into the lock of the black door. At that very moment, the lock begins to magically and automatically suck in the mysterious key. Morris watches in utter shock as the mechanism moves on its own with a metallic snap. He realizes with astonishment that Nartz's grandfather's story was true, and that the key was indeed powerful. The scene returns to the present with Commander Jera paralyzed with fright upon hearing the metallic bang. Gates' squad lets out loud shouts of celebration upon realizing the infiltration was successful. The heavy black stone door begins to open with a metallic creak echoing in the darkness. Morris appears triumphantly in the doorway, proudly announcing that he has successfully completed his mission. All the allies are thrilled and celebrating immensely the incredible achievement of the young warrior. Ulti stammers in complete shock, unable to understand how that supposedly impossible lock was opened. Jera reacts quickly and orders the magic division to use all its mana to reinforce the invasion team. The blue magic crystal shines intensely, releasing an immense wave of power onto the battlefield. The warriors receive the powerful magical blessing of the full moon, enhancing their combat powers. With the bonus activated, the infiltration team soldiers advance with everything they've got into the fortress. The little elf confesses, exhausted, to his partner Gate, that he almost died of fright during the invasion. Gate smiles in a friendly manner and congratulates Morris on the excellent work done on site. Jera explains that the team must now eliminate the patrols and open the main gate from the inside. He warns that the monsters emit deafening screams when wounded, attracting other enemies. Eliminating these creatures is crucial to ensuring the safety of the airstrike force. Captain emphasizes with authority that whoever dominates the skies completely dominates the battlefield. He points out that the flying group's role goes far beyond simply eliminating weaker opponents. Their espionage and tactical coordination capabilities from above give the group an immense military advantage. The Air Force's involvement proves indispensable to the success of infantry strategies. Suddenly, an agile warrior leaps from a height, delivering a swift blow against a patrolling beast. The master strike cuts the monster in half, spurting dark blood all over the top of the wall. Without wasting any time, the invaders attack and eliminate the second wild guard with extreme precision. The swift and silent attack neutralizes threats before they can alert the fortress. The fighters gather on the high wall and spot what appears to be the last major threat. He orders the support group to go down and open the main gate while they deal with the monster. The signal is given and the battle to eliminate the Reapers begins at the same time as the gates open. Jera celebrates enthusiastically upon realizing that the grand main gate has finally been opened. He raises his sword and commands the immediate advance of all ground troops for the invasion, attracted by the cries of pain from the beasts. The demons inside the fortress also rush to the gate. In the midst of the chaos, the Bard Ravine and the mage Swan move swiftly across the battlefield. Swan glances sideways at her companion as she runs intently toward the confrontation. The young bard displays a focused and courageous expression, proving she is ready for any danger. Swan is impressed by her friend's courage, remembering that she herself trembled during her first fight. Suddenly, a huge hatchet is raised into the air with immense speed by a warrior. The war-obsessed Ulti lets out insane laughs as he leaps around wielding his metal weapons. With brutal and precise blows, they tear apart the enemy beasts that were trying to defend the gate. Ribel asks the commander if they should already send the air strike force to help with the siege. The commander orders caution and tells them to wait for the flashing light that will be activated by the infiltration. They wait tensely until the monstrous screams of the creatures finally begin to subside. Immediately afterwards, a magical and brilliant flare is fired, cutting through the darkness of the night sky. He recalls that the color of the signal explosion will determine if all the Reapers have been eliminated. The magic flare reaches its highest point and explodes in the middle of the clouds, covering the sky in light. The explosion shines brightly in yellow, confirming that there is no longer any threat in the skies. With great joy, the commander shouts, announcing that all the flying beasts have been exterminated. He formally summons the entire Harpy squadron to prepare for the start of aerial combat. The group of winged warriors responds to the call by positioning themselves in an attack formation in the air. With the command signal, they dive at high speed towards the interior of the fortress. They attack opponents with swift and precise strikes, spreading chaos among enemy forces. The aerial assault causes general panic among the monsters, who fall defeated one by one under the cold snow. From afar, Archer Scully smiles excitedly, seeing that the aerial strategy worked perfectly. She senses the atmosphere on the battlefield completely change with the triumphant entrance of the Harpies. Scully commands the targeting positions, ordering her team to ensure the safety of the approaches. Jera orders the elite group to calmly flank the enemy to conserve their physical strength. He commands the other warriors to seize the decisive moment to break through the defenses. The infantry responds in unison and advances with extreme fury through the gate under the thick fog of combat. The group of Transcendents runs silently down the side corridor, following the flank plan. Swan positions his magic staff and conjures a powerful purple spell to contain the enemy hordes. The binding spell emerges from the ground, trapping a giant demon with chains of purple energy. A sharp arrow flies swiftly, cutting through the air and striking the monster's body with extreme precision. The Bard Ravine executes the precise shot that pierces the imprisoned beast, spurting dark blood. Morris points his glowing staff and begins casting his powerful strength-enhancing spell. The giant warrior Baba feels magical power coursing through his fists, which glow with a blue aura. He delivers a devastating punch that smashes the demon against the wall in a violent burst of energy. Another enormous horned monster emerges furiously, roaring loudly to intimidate the group's warriors. Gate leaps into the air, delivering a flawless horizontal slash that strikes the creature with force. The fearsome adversary roars furiously, attempting to resist the overwhelming advance of the elite squad. Gate positions himself high above against the bright full moon, preparing the final coup de grace. The hero descends with extreme violence, disintegrating the beast's head in an explosion of energy. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. After the brutal elimination of the enemy, with fluid and precise movements, the warrior continues to slice through all opponents in his path. The red sword gleams brightly under the winter moonlight, guiding the group's flawless advance. Another beast is crushed to the ground under the absurd force of his devastating broadsword attack. He maintains a cold and focused expression, knowing that he cannot falter at any point during the siege. Gate's powerful strike splits another monster in half, securing his group's great victory. Gate's enormous sword flies and spins through the air after the final impact, knocking out yet another opponent. The warrior clenches his teeth in anger, maintaining total focus on the complete destruction of the army. He expertly rotates his body, applying a double horizontal slash capable of cutting through solid rock. The severed head of the enormous demon flies through the air, sealing the definitive end of that hostile horde. Jer observes from above with great satisfaction and celebrates the perfect progress of the group of Transcendents. The captain warns that the fort has a double wall, and that they must hurry to create a line of defense. The entire troop responds in unison, continuing the furious assault against the demonic shadows. Swan reflects that the terrain allows for much more efficient mana management than in Groton. The soldiers run and climb the stairs in mass, shouting to advance at once against the enemy. Jera knows that losses are inevitable and focuses his thoughts on maintaining composure in leadership. He concludes that he cannot be held back by past traumas and needs to act with absolute coldness. Suddenly, Ribel's eyes widen as he notices something surprising emerging ahead in the ravine. He shouts to the captain, announcing that the entrance to the Bloody Lands is now clearly visible ahead. Jera elaborates upon seeing the enemy structures, but warns that they have fortified the entire region. He orders the rear to be closed off with the World Tree Barrier. As soon as all the soldiers enter, a magical barrier of glowing roots and butterflies emerges, completely sealing the entrance gate. The wild beasts crash against the wall of roots. Unable to break through the powerful barrier, the commander gracefully lands atop the stone wall. Observing the movements of his troops, he looks worriedly at the dark lair and admits that the terrible smell emanating from there already foretells death. The warriors face the terrifying entrance to the dark cave with great apprehension in their hearts. Jera anxiously wonders what will happen to the war if his elite group fails inside. He knows that if the mission fails, the barrier will fall and all the ordinary soldiers will be massacred. Every ordinary soldier instinctively senses the evil and terrifying aura emanating from that cave. The smell of death hangs in the air very clearly, indicating that this battle will be different. The frightened support soldier clasps his hands and says a silent prayer, imploring for a great victory. The leader orders the healing team to restore and maximize all mana and bonuses for the elite group. The warriors are enveloped by a strong, restorative blue light, regaining all their energy. Jera places his hand on his companion Gate's shoulder, silently conveying strength for what is to come. Jera looks at the warrior and says that he is counting on his help in this mission. Commander Jera acknowledges that the elite squad truly possesses a formidable force. Gate firmly assures his captain that they will succeed and return soon. Ravine gets a fright when he feels an unfamiliar hand suddenly touching the feather on his hat. Scully explains to the newcomer that the beautiful red feather serves as a good luck charm. The instructor orders Ravine to never let his guard down and to maintain total focus on the shots. The group observes a large circular stone structure in the middle of that heavy snowstorm. Gate knows that the squad's reputation will change completely once they pass that point. He orders everyone to prepare their weapons, because the dangerous infiltration into the land of blood is about to begin. With a loud cry, the warriors charge forward and officially begin the invasion of the territory. Gate explains that this time the enemy acted differently by spreading smaller demons throughout the region. The warrior warns that the leader of that place is intelligent and that they will need to resist for longer. The group of heroes continues walking very cautiously through the darkness of that damp cave. Swan catches the young Ravine's attention amidst the elite squad's silent walk. The mage warns the newcomer to prepare well so as not be completely crushed by the enemy's aura. Ravine smiles confidently and says that her long experience on stage makes her ready for any fight. Suddenly, several demonic beasts emerge from the shadows of the cave, roaring loudly at the warriors. Gate raises his powerful sword and orders the entire squad to begin the attack immediately. The beautiful bard quickly positions herself and prepares 3 arrows at once to fire. His precise shots fly swiftly through the air and strike the monsters advancing in front squarely. The terrifying beasts fall defeated one by one, screaming in pain under the force of the group's attacks. Swan and Morris use their glowing staves to conjure powerful support and control spells. Baba concentrates all the magical power he has received into his fists, which glow before a giant beast. The giant warrior delivers a devastating punch that crushes the monster with extreme physical violence. While his companions fight, Gate moves with incredible agility to slice through more enemies. With an extremely fast horizontal strike, he splits another demon in half without hesitating for a second. The powerful red energy of his sword cuts through the air, spreading dark blood across the terrain. Ravine watches everything in amazement, seeing how easily he wields that enormous sword. The remaining members of the squad continue attacking together to wipe out the horde of demons once for all. Gate reports that the first wave has been eliminated and orders them to collect the arrows used in the fight. The young newcomer smiles in relief, thinking that all that scary reputation the place had was pure exaggeration. She wipes the sweat from her face, concluding that this mission is proving to be much easier than she imagined. However, Gate continues walking, knowing that a sudden calm is the worst sign in a battle. He finds it worrying that everything had occurred without any major losses up to that critical moment. The silver-haired warrior focuses his tense gaze on the horizon, trying to decipher the mystery. Little Morris points with his illuminated staff, trying to get the attention of his experienced leader. He points to a dark spot under the moonlight that looks like a dead end in the cave. A gigantic and terrifying pile of human skulls emerges under the dim light coming from above. The gruesome scene of scattered bones clearly announces the presence of a cruel predator. Suddenly, Gate feels a freezing shiver run down the back of his neck, alerting his warrior senses. He immediately raises his hand and orders in a whisper for everyone to stop advancing right away. In that dense darkness, a huge, evil presence suddenly emerges, paralyzing the group with fear. All of young Ravine's previous arrogance instantly vanishes as she is overcome by primal terror. The terrifying wolf demon rests imposingly on the pile of bones, emanating an absurd thirst for blood. The creature's monstrous aura is so overwhelming that it completely paralyzes the minds of the warriors. Ravine trembles, unable to breathe properly, questioning whether a monster like that can truly be defeated. She recalls that high-level demons possess intelligence and are capable of speaking like humans. A chilling and terrifying voice echoes through the dark cave, directed straight at the group's invaders. The powerful, high-class demon Narkdoom begins to speak, causing everyone to break out in a cold sweat of terror. He declares in a calm, sadistic tone that he was just waiting for their squad to arrive. The overwhelming voice of the high-class demon Narkdoom sends the entire group trembling with terror. Ravine begins to tremble uncontrollably, realizing the absurd danger of facing such a creature. Completely terrified, the young woman can only plead in her mind to get out of that situation alive. Faced with that overwhelming presence, the absolute certainty that takes hold of everyone is that none of them will get out alive.